than just a friend. I hope you like me. It's more than just a friend. I hope you like me. It's more than just a friend. I hope you like me. It's more than just a friend. It's more than just a friend. I hope you like me. It's more than just a friend.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. Hope you didn't mind the minor delay for this evening's matchup. We got a couple still going in underway. My name is Fellow, also joined here by the lovely-looking man of Chad Lantis. We've got an interesting matchup here for this evening between UIU versus South Alabama. But Chad, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great and really ready to cast. I know that we get to have two full matchups tonight together. It's going to be freaking sick.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for this very first matchup as well. It's South Alabama Valorant versus Upper Iowa University. And yeah, we've got our own Caleb Gloob as part of Upper Iowa University. So one of NECC's own going into the battle for this best of three to start off the night.
Yeah, I've heard good things about him. You know, he's pretty chill boss, and I guess he's a pretty good player as well. So that should be pretty exciting. But both the win-loss records not looking all that hot for UIU nor South Alabama. Unfortunately, with South Alabama 0-4, I believe it to be last time I checked, and then
Yep.
UIU 1-2. So these next couple of matches that they'll be playing in, including this one, they're going to have a lot of value, especially if they get a win out of it. That could really make or break how they end up doing at the end of this fall season. So hopefully we see a lot of make or break plays coming out by not only UIU, but also South Alabama. And the maps that we're going to as well, Chad, some of them a little interesting, other ones pretty straightforward and normal in terms of just common maps you're going to go to in a best of three format. It's going to be Icebox Ascent, followed up finally, if we get there, that is Split, one of my personal favorites. But like I said, that'll be at the very end if we get there. We got to get through Icebox first and foremost. And I think we're just about ready to go into Agent Selection too.
Yeah, here we are. We're going to be seeing, I'm sure, Vipers, Jets, maybe a Rays instead of a Jet, but, Sage is a staple as well. Sova, I'd be surprised if we don't see a Sova or at least like a Sky, some kind of initiator, get some information going on, because you want to know what is going on this map so you can rotate properly, things like that. I'm really excited as well, speaking of the maps really quickly, that Ice Bop's a little bit more of a scrappier pug style map, whereas the Ascent's a little bit more cohesion, team-based map for map controls like that more. And then Split is a little bit in between, but all of them have a resounding identity of mid control matters a lot. Progressively more so as the series would go on. Icebox mid control is very important for sure, always is. But oftentimes we'll see a lot of players go for like straight up the A site or the B site takes on attack, and then maybe have like one person lurk or at least watch for flanks instead. Whereas actually like motioning into mid control isn't always like the most important thing, as you might see in something like Split or Ascent.
It's not really a necessity. That's the best way to put it. But from time to time, you'll see that 3-2 split. You'll stack up inside of mid, whether they pick to go up in towards the 2 barrier, for example, or if they end up going all the way right in the back of A to go for some kind of nutty play. It happens from time to time, but like you mentioned as well, Chad, it's not needed and it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes those rushes instead of either A or B will tend to work better out for you, especially if you're able just to get that initiative. What? Just continuing that exact same pressure, moving deeper and deeper in the site, allowing for that plant. And speaking of team composition as well, a lot of different agents can help out in terms of setting up that plant, including a Sage, which is on the board for both UIU and also South Alabama, and also that Viper, which those are probably the two most played agents inside of Icebox, as they're really helpful setting up that plant and also during the post plant itself.
For sure. And also talking about compositions, if I want to talk about which team has a better composition, in my opinion, for the current meta, I'd say it was University of South Alabama, because they have like kind of like one of everything, checking all the boxes while also having double initiation duelists. I say initiation is like the ones that can create a lot of space, Rays and Jet, while they also have information gathering, they have control from Viper, and they have like lockdown from Sage as well, which is so good. For Iowa University is going to have to use a lot of intuition and just good teamwork communications to figure things out, since we won't have any initiators on the composition.
Looks like we're already going to be getting right into the action here. A plant could possibly go down. There is a toxic screen on the board along with that Sage barrier orb. Teeny going to get that first frag of the round as well. Already in that post plant. Spike now confirmed. Things are looking top notch for South Alabama as they score a second frag in the round. Teeny, a double kill to their name, as they're looking to find more and more impact. And this post plant situation here currently is just not looking all that well for Upper Iowa, as they don't really have any means to actually clear out the yellow part of this Icebox itself, really. There's just 3 players stacked up. Teeny now a third on the round. Things are just taking a turn for the worse, really, on this first pistol round, as Teeny is just going nuclear. They could possibly find an ace if they're aware of Susie Rice's position, and, well, matter of fact, Chad, it's going to be exactly that. What a brilliant start for South Alabama, and what an ace for Teeny.
For sure. Great first round for University of South Alabama. And we saw 2 things, big, important things there in that round. One, regarding Sage. The reason why people still use Sage is that lockdown, and that wall is still very useful, as they saw it controlled a lot of time delayed for that retake situation, and stopped a lot of angles from being able to take in as well. So even though that box got changed, it can't be spammed through for the default plan of B site, still very nice to have as walls. Meanwhile, on Upper Iowa University, we saw exactly the problem with that composition is they didn't have any forward information gathering, no initiators. So they had a hard idea of knowing exactly where University of South Alabama was set up. So we'll have to look forward to seeing if that continues to be a problem as this game progresses. Right now, though, we're seeing already Teeny finding success, just like in the first round. Another first blood entry kill for this team coming up big already, and they're going to be able to get a spike planted again, back-to-back rounds.
6-0 already. This is just masterful by Teeny, and I'm wondering how much more success they can find in this matchup, at least on Icebox alone, not even just round number 2. They already have that rifle and are making it just sing. Are you kidding me, Teeny? Can it be a back-to-back ace? The first time ever this could happen. Sadly, that won't be the case. Hoo-ah, my mistake. We'll shut it down. I was just making that exact same mistake. Hoorah, not hoo-ha. But hey, 9-0 off the rip, Chad. This is some impressive stats for Teeny.
And Teeny is having quite the game so far. There's not much else to really say about it. They're just going on site and fragging. Entry kill, swinging correctly on timings. The game sense and positioning has been immaculate. Their shots have been crisp. I mean, just all around, everything's just going perfectly the way of Teeny, and therefore perfectly the way of University of South Alabama, because with their entry duelist is fragging out, it's going to be an easy way of finding multiple successful rounds. But now there's going to be a buy-up for the side of Upper Iowa University. They should have a little bit better option here. Now they have some Phantoms and other rifles in hand. Teeny still has their rifle of their own, though, so we'll have to see if that one can defeat the mini of the side of Upper Iowa University.
Not gonna just be pistols that Teeny has to worry about. There could actually be some serious bouts that they'll have to actually encounter, as the spike will be going down yet again. Just full sight control. No one actually was able to defend A in their current predicament, and now they have to play for the retake, which shouldn't be horrible, especially since they get that first blood. Yeah, Teeny's already up the board. There goes your raid boss, and apparently that's all that BYU had to do to get their footing in the right place, perhaps. But no, Bree and Quanta trying to shut things out for a little while longer, but it's only up to Quanta now. So it's that 1 versus 3, and Sushi is just going to end up sticking this defuse. And hey, pros don't fake, Chad, and that'll finally be the first round on the board for Upper Iowa, as I guess just took a couple of rifles to finally shut down Teeny.
It's exactly like you said, too, in that moment of raid boss down. As soon as Teeny fell, a lot of the rest of the members of the University of South Alabama had a little bit of a hard time winning their own fights. They found some frags, couple in the middle of that round, but still was a numbers advantage for the side of Upper Iowa University. We'll have to see maybe if that's a breaking point for University of South Alabama. If they just lose that star talent of Teeny kind of a situation, can the rest of the team hold it together? Teeny, though, now has an operator in hand and a Blade Storm available. So completely online jet situation, peeking B long, while the rest of the team is playing on the other side of the map, which honestly, now that they got the first kill, especially, Teeny finds a kill on Strix. That's going to be a rotation from Upper Iowa University members, rotating over towards mid and B site. But that Boombot's actually going to give away their plan. It's going to be a rotation back, and they're going to split 2-2. See what's going on. There's no full execution yet. Killjoy utility still there for default, so they know nobody's actually gotten onto site. So you see them all just kind of sitting there on the middle, and with no initiators, no forward information, it's just guesswork for Upper Iowa University here. Where exactly are they going? I'm not sure. You guys have any eyes? I don't have anything. Do you? No. Let's just wait until we hear some kind of audio cue. Otherwise, we're going to hang out.
Yeah, just kind of biting for time, I suppose. And South Alabama have all the time in the world to make this rotation. Finally going in, they'll fully commit to B. A little bit of damage being traded on out, but luckily that Sage will be able to heal themselves up. But Mando now allowed to get that plant down with the poison cloud, able to be perfect coverage for it. Once again, in that post-plant situation, Upper Iowa had a successful retake on the third round, but now that they're in that man deficit and Jet is just one more shot away from meeting their own demise, this could turn into another victory here for South Alabama in that post-plant yet again. That Sage Wall being such a heavy nuisance right now, and so is Teeny with that operator. Flying Asian will find a trade, but they're only good for one as it's just constant refrags, and since South Alabama just have that overwhelming man advantage, it'll be another round in their favor, and it's just nothing but the Teeny show yet again. Maybe they were hoping to die off the rip, perhaps, Chad, just so they could get that operator, as they were able to find a lot of valuable picks, both in the very beginning and also later in the round during that post plant. And I mentioned this earlier as well, the fact that they just had plenty of time. They really seemed to have just all the possibilities in the world, to be honest, and they only found a single pick. It just didn't seem like Upper Iowa really gave them any cutback. They didn't really try to fight for them in terms of map control, and that was really just their biggest problem. They weren't that much of a threat to South Alabama.
Still a threat on the side of Upper Iowa University because they have some more rifles. They have a setup on A site, a lot more utility, burning a lot of it right off the bat. It's going to be map control, site control for University of South Alabama. We'll have to see if the Reign of Shrix actually goes through that flank again. Found success in the previous round. Could be a possibility, but as the spike gets planted, it's still Upper Iowa University trying to maintain some fashion of site control away from University of Alabama, but so far, it's not quite going their way.
Not at all. Now in the post plant, Teeny once again just fragging out of their minds, finding the necessary picks just to keep their team alive, and it's looking to be like Upper Iowa really can't steam alive in their own manner. The only one to find that frag is currently Krupsker, but it's just Krups left alive, and Teeny will just yet again add more to the stats. Only a single death so far. They're just a menace right now, Chad.
Teeny's at 14-1-1 from 5 rounds. Nearly 3 kills per round average. That's insane. That's a nuts performance so far. Still has the operator in hand. Economy is getting better and better. Still has a blaze storm. Didn't even use it yet. Hasn't felt pressured. A lot of Jets will hold their blaze storm until that pressure comes up, and then they can pop that to just get people off of them because operators won't be able to do that very well. But just the dominance from University of South Alabama so far in this first map of the series is allowing Teeny to just hold on to this utility.
Yeah, you only really need to utilize that Blade Storm for, like you mentioned, if you're pressured, or maybe you're going for an eco and you want to find some kind of pick to pick up a rifle from someone's dead body. Only a couple of minute situations, but yet again, the exact same scenario. South Alabama, they're not getting pressured into falling back at all, so they'll just keep gaining more and more map control, and it's soon to be a post plant yet again, and South Alabama are already in such a great lead, Chad.
Hua getting a double kill off towards Yellow, and Teeny holding off towards Snowman. They just have the angles covered, and they're winning every time a member of Upper Iowa University challenges those angles. I mean, it is also a save round for Upper Iowa University, to be fair. So as Hua gets a nice little 4K, it's still a flawless round. Upper Iowa University on their save couldn't do any economical damage whatsoever to University of South Alabama. There's hardly any ultimate, actually no ultimates used at all this entire game. So those are all going to come online. So I'm expecting this round in particular to be very explosive, especially from the side of Upper Iowa University's ultimate usage. Because if they are losing rounds like this, gotta burn some ults, make something happen, do some kind of difference-making opportunity to try to get yourself back in the game, stop the bleeding of these rounds.
Especially on this one in particular, this could be a great momentum swing for Upper Iowa, but if that's not going to be the case, they're going to have to be relegated to pistols yet again, and just a handful more rounds just to be lost. I can understand that Icebox, it's an attacker-sided map, so you can tend to lose a couple of rounds due to that main factor alone, but you really are just giving a lot of these rounds, I feel, for free almost, because you're just not able to apply that much pressure. At least that lockdown will keep South Alabama at bay for a little while, but since it didn't really do all that much, it'll just be a quick rotation. Maybe you can be able to be on the foot for perhaps and manage to stop it out. But a lot of your setup is just located heavily inside of mid, and no one's fully committed to stopping that B push up until now. With just about 50 seconds here, it's going to be an absolute massacre inside the B chat.
Nice work from Quanta. It's a huge double kill, and Hua gets in one of their own while this all is happening on site. So it's all going to come down to Strix on site to try to stop these players on the side of University of South Alabama from setting up correctly. No ultimate's being used yet still, fellow. So you just keep losing off bodies without being able to use that utility, and that's something we see so often too. Sushi Rice and Strix looking to go for a save. They're going into dry peak situations so often and not using utility to force University of South Alabama members into bad and precarious situations. They're just allowing them to hold angles, swinging without using utility properly, and then just getting taken down because, I mean, if your ping's good enough, especially, and your aim's good, your reaction time's good, you're going to win lane holds all the time against dry peaks.
Well, there we have it. The round being fully confirmed here for South Alabama as that spike will fully detonate and go up into the sky, essentially. At least they were able to save a couple of rifles, like you mentioned, but it's going to kind of be just spread out all over the place, and I'm entirely shocked that Iowa only managed to use their lockdown ability. I feel like that was a massive oversight, as that Viper's Pit could have been something really strong for playing the retake game, getting that diffuser down, possibly maybe popping in a Sage wall as well, just to buy time to make sure that spike doesn't actually become a problem, and then you win your round where you have all your rifles stacked up. Now you're back down on this weird just mix buy, essentially. You have a couple saved over weapons, you've got a pistol or two in hand as well. It's just, things are sporadic now for Upper Iowa, and that's just going to cause nothing but confusion, and especially when you're already down on such a huge disadvantage, that is not what you need in your Lime life to just make your life a hell of a lot more difficult.
Oh, the showstopper actually hits nothing! The transfer doesn't connect either. Glove gets a massive kill onto Hua. Takes a lot of damage though because of that boom bot, but good awareness to just kind of ignore that in situation and hit those shots instead. Shoot the boom bot out. Surely you're going to lose that trade. Quanta finds a exchange though. Makes that revenge moment happen. Sushi Rice finds Mando. And with his Viper's Pit coming in as well, this is a good opportunity for the side of Upper Iowa. 3 versus 2 now, but Teeny, the raid boss, is still alive with the operator in hand. Strix with the lurk, despite that shock bolt causing an opportunity. It doesn't matter for the side of University of South Alabama. They're not going to be able to stay alive long enough. And that lurk at the very end made such a big difference maker there, fellow.
Massive lurk, Viper's Pit as well being utilized relatively well just to cut off sightlines and make it a little more difficult to actually defend properly. Also, Empress being popped as well. A lot of ultimates, but a pretty viable use in the end, just because you didn't really have a lot going in for it. That was technically your save run after you just lost your full buy, and now you've got everything back in your hands again. So not the worst case situation, even rocking the operator here for Strix, but he's going to have to be that really big playmaker, as losing out on such a viable weapon and such a viable fragger as well of that Reyna, that could just give, yet again, just an early lead for South Alabama. And since you're already down on a relatively hefty deficit, you need to really make every round count before you start getting to that later bit of the first half.
Full stack up on B side, but Strix is the one holding the operator angle and misses the first shot. Unlucky timing, just moves at the exact moment they chose to peek the lane. It doesn't have that standstill lineup. The collateral's nearly there, though, so close. But still get one kill, trade it off. That does donate an operator over to the hands of Teeny if they choose to pick it up. Down to 1 HP, they're gonna have to wait for heal, which actually isn't coming because that pick was actually on the stage, so never mind. There's no resurrection, no heal. Teeny, the raid boss, down to 1 HP in a dream for the rest of this round, but luckily the dream's looking pretty alive with having 3 fully healthy members of their team alive to work with them, especially Hua, who's still doing such an immaculate job finding these frags against Iowa University.
Plant going down as well. Great resurrection now to bring back that man advantage and maybe allow this retake to be a little bit more seamless. You don't have anyone on the flank though. Might just need to try to play for trades as much as you physically can, just really working the fact that the 4 and 3 is favoring your team, rather vice versa. You need to play this one almost perfectly, overextending onto Teeny, but that's okay because you have that refrag, the Nanostorm doing just enough, but you're lining up for Mando. That's massive for South Alabama, and Quanta finishes it off with a headshot onto Corrupster. what an upset round, as if you just played for picks, you could have had that round secured, but sadly, it'll go back in the way of South Alabama yet again.
And Teeny was at 1 HP, so just barely tapped the little toe on that Nano Swarm. That was enough to take them down. But yeah, it still was a great hold on that post plant from University of South Alabama. They're flawless on B side, actually, which is interesting that they're going back to A. And Upper Iowa University, they are favoring mid to B primarily. So it just seems that Upper Iowa University, with the lurks especially, are finding a lot of success. See if we can actually do that towards the B side as well for future retake attempts. Because when it comes to A side, lurks, retakes, working out majestically. 2-7, the 2 rounds from that alone.
Oh no, here we go again. It's the same story, just a different player, perhaps. Hua stepping up big now that Teeny's been a little bit more quiet in the round, but it's not that big of a deal. Bree, she'll get down that plant, and walling up as well, just to once again cut off some sidelines, allow for a pretty easy setup here. Especially if you still have that Viper alive, you can do some really annoying lineups, and if you have no flank to worry about, this will be massive. The only person who is going on that flank currently will be the Reyna. So far, she hasn't found anything except a bullet to the brain by Teeny. Mando underneath in hell gets rid of Flying Asian. Once again, South Alabama just really on top of things right now, but Sushi steps up big, finding 3 onto the round, but it won't be enough to be a successful one in that endeavor. Quanta, yet again, just closing out the round for the rest of his team and making that split even more treacherous as it's 8-2, getting closer to the end of this first half.
We've been putting a lot of focus on Teeny because obvious reasons, and then Hua also a little bit because of being another entry duelist kind of situation. Finds a couple big frag opportunities for the team. Quanta's been just a steady rock for this team this whole game, though. Getting good info for the team, having nice shock dart placements, and then just winning out most gunfights on top of that. Just overall a solid like cornerstone of this team to just help and support these 2 playmaking duelists for the set them up for success, really.
And it really has just been nothing but success for the most part, but that's unfortunate there, who gets
Unlucky.
Absolutely taken care of by Strix. I guess it's the caster curse going into full effect, but a well-needed entry by Upper Iowa, just to slow things down for a little while, trying to be successful up inside of Heaven, but at least for the most part, they're able to shut down a few more players from everywhere but Heaven. Plant will now be confirmed, though. Flying Agent trying to relocate, though, gets full control of site, and it's just a collapse by Upper Iowa. As everything was looking so dark and gray, they'll manage to salvage a few necessary rounds, making it 3-8, and keeping a majority of their rifles on the board as well is quite successful as well, because Strix can probably buy for Gloop if he does not have enough credits, so can still keep everything up on the board. A well-needed round before moving into that second half, Chad.
Yeah, they're going to the final rounds where they can actually buy for Club, and then also Strix can buy an operator, sit there at yellow, take those shots, and then swap over towards that Vandal again, or the Phantom in hand if they need to. But instead, they decide to buy for Sushi, the operator, which I was interested earlier why Strix had the operator. Typically, you see Jets with it because they have a tailwind and like cloud burst options to just get themselves out of dodge. They just trusted Strix's ability instead. But now they're going over towards the Jet, which is commonly where you find it in the hands. Guessing a little bit wrong on the mid hold because it's going to be an A-site take again for University of South Alabama. Last round of the half, they have 4 ultimates to work with. And they've honestly, despite this dominance, hardly used any of theirs this entire half.
It is quite shocking. It's mostly been just a lot of gunfights. One, there's been a ton of saves by Upper Iowa, so you can understand for a few moments, I suppose. But other than that, it has been quite interesting not to have that much ultimate usage. But speaking of ults, the Viper's Pit, it will get fully committed here on the last round. So will the Blade Storm, finally by Teeny. But they're only going to be good for 1 as Gloob will shut them down. On 4-on-4, this Viper's Pit is going to be so worrisome now for Upper Iowa, just due to that decay effect, making them easy targets, and only being able to see about 3 feet in front of you is just, it's such a nuisance. So difficult to try to work around that. Shrik's a very vital kill, though, onto Hua. Mando gets rid of Flying Asian. He's still being a menace on the Viper pick, and no one can spot him out in time. It's a second for Mando. Hunter's Fury gets popped in the background as well. This is massive for Quanta. Resurrection comes in as well by Bree, and she'll get the last on the round, eliminating Killjoy and making it that dreaded 9-3 split for South Alabama. we might need to have that curse be the main survivor here for Upper Iowa, as they are not looking too hot from that first half.
Potentially. And we saw another time of like many instances in that entire half. But that last round, we saw another one where we didn't have good forward info gatherers, especially Sova being so pivotal on this map. I mean, pivotal is not even the best word. It's like more of required on Icebox because they didn't have a way of getting good, solid information of exactly where all the members of University of South Alabama was. And because of that, Upper Iowa University, they got the kill on Teeny and mid, but they weren't sure if all members of University of South Alabama were on A side or not. So Glove, being the person who has a lockdown that can counter the Viper's pit and actually get them on site, was roaming around back in mid towards kitchen area, making sure nobody else was lurking that entire time, and then just late to the gun. So definitely want to see if they can work in an initiator in the first future position, get better comms, perhaps, or sometimes just take the gamble that everybody's going to be on site, get that lockdown down.
Yeah, sometimes a high risk, high reward, I suppose, but a lot of risks being taken, but no reward so far for Upper Iowa. 5-3 for South Alabama from the get-go, as they are just defending A so well. All being tempted and actually confirmed, but you always have to worry about the retake, no matter what position you're in. 5-on-2, turned 4-on-1, as it's just an absolute bloodbath favoring the side of South Alabama, and only losing a single soul of Hua. What a great start for your second half. Upper Iowa, you need to start removing the errors in your playstyle, or else this could go to map 2 sooner than anticipated, really.
For sure. Honestly, the entire team of University of South Alabama is impressive because they're just executing very fast. They're very decisive. On their attacking half, they go for a site and they go and execute on it. They just clear corners, use some util to initiate onto the site, take the site, save some util for post plant, use crossfire setups, things like that. Doing a great job overall. And Upper Iowa University having a little signs of hesitation here and there, playing for themselves a little bit, dry peeking angles when they can use utility, stuff like that. So overall, they just need to work together better, calm better, use more util. Don't be afraid to burn it when they need to. And maybe if they do that, they can make their way back in this game. If not this one, then back in the series.
Oh my god, what a recon bolt. Spotting almost everyone on the side of, I believe, Upper Iowa. Just
Sova's really good on stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Sova main myself, so I love seeing him in play how many times I can, but, oh man, at least, it's not even going to matter at this point. It's already 4-on-2. Mando joining in and all the fun as well. I was trying to find a witty point to say, but it's just not necessary when it's just gunfight after gunfight after gunfight at this point. Glub and his lone teammate here of the Jet are trying to salvage this one out. Glub will get a nice frag on towards Mando with only the classic, but for everything else just mostly being silenced by South Alabama. 2 more rounds and they'll take the first map entirely. This full buy round is going to quite literally be make or break, Chad, as this is all they have to work with here in these next couple of rounds.
Yeah, if they lose this one, their buy next round is going to be terrible. It's going to be really rough to actually have like a good hold, so this is their best shot in this map that remains. Yeah, Sova on this map. I actually used to play other agents, and I became a Sova main because of Icebox. I would play rank matches, and the people wouldn't pick up Sova. They're like, I don't know how to play Sova on this map. Like, oh crap! And then I would play him, and then learn lineups on this map. So I knew how to do it. So ever since then, I'm like, all right, Sova. Especially on Icebox, I always play him if nobody else does. And even if other people want to, I usually play it anyway because if you don't know lineups, then your impact is actually severely reduced. Lineups are something that Quanta knows and finding a lot of success. Something they're going to be able to use if they want to try to find their way of holding this site. But Quanta with a double kill on a Spectre up against Rifles. Don't need lineups for that. One of the shock bolts, recon bolts, can hit the lineups with the bullets themselves.
What a wall bang as well. It's so difficult
box
to land wall bangs with an SMG. If it was a rifle, that might have been a little bit less necessary, but oh my god, and it's gonna be a buddy ace for both Teeny and also Quanta on that round. Something that was necessary to win for Upper Iowa. This might be the final straw, essentially, or the straw that broke the camel's back, I suppose. If you want to add both one-liners in one, perhaps, that's the it's 2 separate one-liners, but I'll intertwine them because, you know, I simply can. I guess that's the best way to put it here. Yeah, it's looking rough for Upper Iowa, and it sucks too because they've had some really fantastic rounds. Some of their retakes on the first half were actually really good when they had ultimates in play and they utilized them, you know, kind of in unison. it worked out quite well for them, but that's really been it. Other than that, they haven't really been doing a lot of things impactful. That first entry will be great for Glub, but other than that, it's more or less just been
Whoa.
a South Alabama show. But I guess Glub is finally tired of it, and he really wants to step up to make sure his team can stay alive for a little while longer inside of Icebox, Chad.
Yeah, 3 and 12 is Glove's comfort zone. So finally coming alive, able to hit these shots. Killjoy Ultimate as well used. This is all a fake over on A side. Try to pull people away towards mid while the rest of the team pushes into B site. Quantifies a kill, shuts that down. And they're soon going to know now Strix is making these shots from kitchen. Oh, of course, they're at B site. While Strix is doing that, the spike is still not even planted yet. The wall's dropped. Most of the time, where that wall's going to be gone by the time that this retake actually initiates. Nice lineup with a Hunter's Fury from Quanta as well. This player is impressing so much, so consistently this entire map.
Now, if only I could play Sova that well, maybe I could actually climb out of Elo Heck, I suppose. Oh well,
Heck.
at least I'm not the one playing. There's a reason why I'm a caster and not a player. Recon Bolt, though, Quanta, again, doing a lot for his team right now, as that Recon Bolt will gather a lot of vital information. Goes for the Shock Bolt in towards yellow, but no one's sitting there. It's a very much more passive play, but there goes the flank by Bree. She's good for one. Not going to find another, though, on towards Flying Asian. He'll be the last one alive. Goes for the spray down, but it's not quick enough to stop the defuse, even dying in the process as well, adding insult to injury. South Alabama, they'll make it 13-3, ending out Icebox with a bang, as it just it really just began essentially, Chad. I don't really have much to say about that matchup, to be fair.
That was very fast. A lot of that was not only was
Yeah.
it dominant 13-3, but also just the decisiveness, no hesitation coming out of South Alabama University, just going on sites. There's like, okay, we have some information that the first few corners are clear, and util explode on site, use that raise to get there, and especially or initial picks from Teeny. Either Rays throwing themselves on the site and creating distance forcefully, or Teeny finding a pick and then naturally creating space on the site from that. Either way, they took control of sites, did it effectively, got spikes planted basically every round, it seemed like, and just had enough utility still for the post plants because a lot of the sites were given up very freely. So part of it was a compositional issue for Upper Iowa University. A little bit was the team coordination, working with each other better, and then also just utility allocation and when to use utility properly to try to like use it to stop people get on site or save it and actually use it for the retake. Either way, doing all those things a little bit better will be a better look for them going into map number 2.
Yeah, hopefully Ascent will be a little bit of a better storyline there for UIU. I'm still hopeful. Maybe we'll get to see that favorite map of mine split at the very end of this endeavor. But for now, we'll go into a short little break, get map number 2 set up, and we'll be back in a handful of minutes to get that show back underway. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned for some more Valorant action back up here in NECC. We'll be back in a few.
Welcome back. Game number 2. It's going to be on the map of Ascent, and we're going to be seeing if Upper Iowa University can bring it back, get that team cohesion going on, and get us into a map 3 of Split, or if it's going to be South Alabama show all the way through in dominant fashion, nice 2-0, quick and easy, and then we'll see a second series of the night even earlier than expected.
Yeah, maybe that would be kind of enjoyable. My sleep schedule might not get entirely butchered, but hey, it's all for fun. At least it's something that I'm enjoying while doing. So I guess
Sure.
it's justifiable so long as you get to have fun doing it. It's not the end of the world.
So win-win
And
situation.
yeah, exactly. Now I have a viable reason to stay up till 4 in the morning, whether I be casting it or not. I can just say I am. But Ascent, yeah, it can be played a lot differently in comparison. Metas can change slightly on Ascent as well in comparison to Icebox. Viper isn't really picked at all, if rarely on this map. A lot more difficult to work around with her. KJ, a lot more in pick in response to this as well. And I guess a really good example of something that you wouldn't expect all the time from certain team comps is that KO pick. He's got some really deadly lineups to bring, especially if you're synchronizing that with some kind of stun agent like either the Sky or the Phoenix, as normally KO's too far away to use his own flash, tending to need someone else along by your side with that. Maybe it'll be in pick, but I'm doubting by these semi-locks. I don't think it's going to be the case, Chad. I might be disappointed here on Ascent.
Yeah, we see a lot of Astros on this map, but there's no smokes picked in yet. Flying Agent did play the controller last time on the Viper. Viper is not so great on Ascent in comparison to Icebox, so probably an Astro typically. If not, then it'd be like an Omen or a Brimstone, like we saw an Omen on the side from Mando
Select
EXE.
your agent.
The attackers, Quanta back on the Sova as well, which was one of the 2 players impressing me most. Everybody on that roster did a great job in that first map, but Teeny fragging out, especially coming off hot to start off, almost back-to-back flawless ace rounds from this player, and then Quanto was just consistently finding frags, just that trusty locomotive for this team, especially with really nice, impressive lineups on the Sova as well. So I'm excited to see them back on Sova. There was no controller picked up from Upper Iowa University, fellow. No way of shutting off operator lineups in lanes when we already know Teeny's good with an operator in the hand. They're back on the Jet, and with this lineup, I had some concerns with compositional choices from this team in the first map. They're still there, but just for a different reason. They traded out the no initiator for no controller situation. I think Teeny's going to probably pop off on this map, especially with an operator.
Yeah, I'm really worried about Upper Iowa. A little concerned as well about South Alabama's team comp, but I mean, at least they still have more than just the smokes of Jet. And like you said, they've got that controlling agent. They've got Omen on the board. He's great for going in from the shadows, using that big teleport to just go around the entire map and maybe go for some nutty plays, maybe allow for a possible easy post plant or just the flank of the sentry. But flanks aren't necessary, as it's just going to be a B rush. Would love starting out that first entry onto Teeny, the main impact player for South Alabama, and so far Upper Iowa in the lead for the most part, as Glove is just having a heyday right now. 4 to his name. I'm actually going to be able to keep B in their grasp on that first round. I maybe South Alabama just got a little bit too overconfident, or maybe Upper Iowa finally found the way to shut down South Alabama consistently.
So Glove, we kind of hyped up this player at the beginning here. It's like NECC's own, they're pretty good. We're looking to see them coming into this matchup. Was a little bit quiet in their first game overall, but now got a nice 4K to start things off, Ares in hand, and they're actually reading things correctly by stacking more so towards the mid-A side of the map, which is exactly where University of South Alabama is looking to go.
Recon Bolt, once again, possibly gathering some vital intel. Doesn't actually spot out Sushi, so they might not end up checking that corner, but a quick shock bolt will force out Sushi Rice, and it's just constant aggression by South Alabama, all moving as a unit essentially, even forcing Flying Asian back, despite the fact that he has that Vandal. He could easily spray down the opposition, but he's not going to get that chance to. He's forced all the way back in defender spawn. He'll end up picking up that first pick, and now Tennessee has to deal with the bare bone of this, trying to kill as many as he could, but he's only good for 2 before Mando gets that refrag. Possible post-plant situation now, Chad, is it's an even man count now, 2-2, but no one's here to stop the plant.
The plant will go down. The saving grace for Upper Iowa University right now, even though the weapons are about the same, the HP values are drastically different. 10 for Quanta and in the 20s for Mando. Fully ready to go is Glub, what could be considered the star player of this roster, as well as Krupster. Ready to go. They have another heal as well if they even take some chip damage. Push on the site. Will they be able to fire those frags past? Krupster gets the first one, and Glub has the lineup, able to finish off the frag as well. Mano trying to do some finesse footwork, but it's not going to be enough. University of South Alabama, they knew they needed to do some shenanigans around corners, things like that with the HP deficiency, but it wasn't enough. Nice hold and nice composure on the retake from Upper Iowa University, up 2-0 so far.
Moving in together as well, just making sure that it's not going to be easy pickings for them. They don't have to isolate themselves. They moved in together as a team, and in fact, they were the ones doing a majority of that isolation. So great work in the post plant, especially when there's so much pressure on you, and things looking relatively well for them so far. But now they've got to go up against the full-fledged aggression by South Alabama, not just pistols and a couple SMGs here and there. It's all rifles across the board. Everyone opting for Phantoms, but one player, and that's going to be just a singular Vandal. Other than that, though, this could be the round that South Alabama desperately needs just to have a pretty straightforward first 3-round rotation, but it'll be Flying Asian to get that first entry, matter of fact.
Overall, Upper Iowa University is looking a lot more composed on this map. They're taking the fights early on instead of just completely giving up sights like we saw in Icebox. So the confidence is coming in for this team. They're finding the frags. They're getting some kind of map control and maintaining that. Still, we're seeing University of South Alabama on their buy-up round with rifles, finding a way of flooding in. But this lurk, the cheese from Krupstar sneaking around this wall. Is it cheese or is it just strategy, fellow? Either way, it worked out beautifully. It's all down to Bree trying to win out the rest of the round, but it's 1 versus 3, no spike in hand, and only 50 seconds to work with.
1 versus 3 could possibly be winnable, but everyone knows where you're located at, and now that door has been shut, you are basically funneling yourself in. It might be wise to possibly save up that rifle. That way it's not going to be back to a pistol round for just yourself, but looks like Bree will be fully committing in for this attempt. They're expecting at least a couple players stacked up maybe near heaven. Spots out Tennessee. That'll be a first pick, but no one's there on the initial trade. Everyone's playing so passive, but Flying Asian is quicker on the draw, shutting down Bree before she can have a real impact on round number 3. It'll be flawless so far for Upper Iowa, as they will have it 3-0 in their favor.
And winning out that bonus round as well is a very important thing to note. Doing so, they keep good economy. They're not going to be able to buy fully here, but at least they're going to be able to maintain some form of strength moving forward. So it's going to be Krupster, probably with a Spectre, I'd imagine. Oh, full-on Bulldog. I respect it. Going the big investment on that. On the side of University of South Alabama, they're finding themselves in yet another save round, another eco, which last time they were in this situation, they nearly won it.
Finding picks here could be very necessary, but so far losing out that first blood yet again, and now a lockdown being confirmed as well. Upper Iowa does not want to give South Alabama any lead so far in the first half. Glub yet another kill on the round, and Sushi joining in on the action as well. It's now a 2 versus 5 with Hua so low in HP. I really don't know if they'll be able to salvage anything, let alone just a single pick. Try to at least possibly lower the man count of Upper Iowa. They just seem on top of their game right now, as they aren't giving away a single inch. And now that Spike is located right next to Fountain, or even a little bit deeper inside of Fountain, my mistake, is already past that middle doorway, there isn't much that South Alabama can really do. A great shot found by Hua, but still had a massive disadvantage. And now that Hua is basically brought down 6 feet under into their own grave, it's leaving Teeny in a very rough predicament, as they are just sitting in Fountain, kind of chilling. They're waiting for their own death, essentially. They've already signed their will at this point. It's only a matter of time before they get taken care of. Great shot onto Glub, but that's all that Teeny ended up writing on round number 4, as that will be the end of it.
Fortunately for Krupster, not able to get the upgrade from that Bulldog, but overall, I think they're getting pretty fine. Timeout being taken by Crizzy. I believe that's the side of the attackers. There it is. University of South Alabama, realizing they're bleeding out some rounds, they're taking it on this round because they can actually buy up fully here. So really just plan of attack, getting a feel of where the defensive setups are from Upper Iowa University. Honestly, Speaking of that, even great job by this team of sending Glove both to B and A site, making it really hard to lock down, like, where's the weaknesses, where's the holes in this defense as far as patterns go, because they're mixing up the pattern and finding success despite doing so on the side of Upper Iowa University.
They're just being a lot more proactive overall, really, and that's just been helping them a ton. They almost seem scared on Icebox to a certain degree, and now it feels like they finally just shook that out of them. They're prepared to go up against the opposition of South Alabama. They don't want to give them a single win. They want to keep them 0-5 now rather than just 1-4. But moving forward, we can get back into the actual bye round. Timeout officially over. And I do like the timeout done by South Alabama because it's better to fix the problem early before it becomes a major issue rather than saving that timeout near the end of the first half where it could already be too late to possibly go back and try to fix what could have been helped so much early on.
So they're playing for A site. It's going to be Teeny going for a distraction play again, which you can do this with your entry duelist because you have two of them on your team. It's a lot more pressure on who to perform on that initial contact. And Teeny, though, playing for themselves, an operator in hand, they smoked off mid to allow themselves to push up into tree, get multiple angles on A site. They're going to have a 4 versus 2 pinch here. A lot of pressure on flying Asian to try to hold off tree site. Otherwise, if they're not able to do so, they're just going to crumble on A.
Oh, great first pick by Teeny. Mando following suit, flying Asian. We were worrying about them. They had to make sure they remained alive, and now they're just swimming with the fish essentially at this point. And Mando, yet another one. Down goes Krupster. Hua up above eradicates Gloob. Post plant soon to occur as well. It's just Tennessee with not a lot of intel to work off of either. That boombot almost spots him out, but luckily they'll be able to relocate before it will end up just giving that very audible cue. But he's just out in the open, gun in pocket, trying to run away to save that Odin, but he's not quick enough on the retreat, and Quanta will catch him dead in his tracks.
So the call they made in timeout seemed to be, you know what? UIU, what they're doing is they're kind of having at least one person per lane. There's like 4 lanes essentially in this map, and they'll have another person kind of floating. They're rotating Gleb around, so we can't really lock them down. What we want to do is attack multiple lanes at the same time instead of completely funneling in one and getting focused down. They maintain mid control, transfer that to a 2-pronged attack on site, and they did that beautifully, as well as Teeny just doing Teeny things, finding a kill in mid on top of everything.
Yeah, the timeout well needed, and it'll allow them to finally get around on the board. So better to take care of things early on rather than have it be an actual problem. You can just use a bandage. Yeah, you can just use a bandage now and it'll become that big of an issue. But moving forward, yet again, looking that A will be the site of choice for South Alabama, as they only have to worry about someone up near window and a player located in heaven. That's currently flying Asian. Also Krupster, who's in the middle of the site, but just gets shut down off the bat. It'll be that first blood. Flying Asian trying to find second frag with that sheriff, but it's not going to be successful in that endeavor, as Quantum up above gets 2 onto the round. Nice 2K with the Vandal, and a third for Quanta, but Teeny's going to end up securing that last one of the round, and the spike even going off in the background just to add a little more credits in the pockets of South Alabama. Just looking so much better after that timeout, in all honesty.
They found success and they just ran it again and found it again. Another round back-to-back for University of South Alabama. It looks like what UIU is looking to do is allocate Glove towards the part of the map that they think South Alabama is looking to attack. They predicted B site last time, and this time they're like, okay, they're not going to do it 3 times in a row, right? Let's put this player on B, set up again, run it back, and have the SOA info to work with us on top of it all. This time around, though, University of South Alabama, they won't have that 2-pronged attack attempt anymore. Teeny's going to have to come up with a way of finding a pick and getting some kind of pressure in mid of the map to allow that easy access from B main for the rest of the team. Or they can just walk on site.
Yeah, not a lot of pressure being applied here. If Teeny can just have cutoffs and make sure no one can get into B directly, this could be massive because there isn't a lot of just instant pressure being pushed inside of B. Only South Alabama so far, and there it goes, the cutoff right in mid, just as I suspected.
Wow.
They get 3 for Teeny. Oh my god. Someone stop this mad lad as it leaves just Krupster in the 1v5. I'm not even too sure if he's going to want to attempt to try to play to get that defuse successfully, as there's definitely a lot of food on his plate, and he might just end up choking on it, especially now being pinged out by the owl drone. Yeah, you might just need to run for the hilt at this point, Krupster, as there's no way you can salvage out this round.
Flawless.
Finishing out the fight. I like what University of South Alabama did there. They recognize they have all their ultimates available. UIU has a Hunter's Fury. Let's just go ahead and willingly trade out the lockdown for the Hunter's Fury. They dropped the lockdown as soon as Hunter's Fury started from Tennessee. The entire 4-player unit coming out of B main from University of South Alabama just flooded onto site, just spammed that wall and took down Tennessee through it. It got the kill instantly. And the rest of the members of UIU just had to back off because of that pressure. They couldn't take those fights too recklessly, try to make a retake situation happen, but Teeny wasn't letting that happen for a second. Find the frags on the exit in the mid when they're trying to regroup. Didn't let them get stabilized whatsoever, find the footing. And that worked beautifully. Now, University of South Alabama, they're kind of doing the same thing they did those first 2 rounds that they won. It's getting that control of mid. Glub's kind of recognizing that's what they're doing, trying to position to stop it, but not going to be able to do so with just that Sheriff with pistol in hand. Quanta with a rifle and come out of that on top every time of the week. Finds 3 despite the leer in their face. A good prediction on positioning and with the swing as well. I don't know if Shushirais can do much, and surely they will not. It's a flawless anti-eco for University of South Alabama.
Oh my god, Quanta. Absolute demon mode into the round, catching everyone out, but they were just so vulnerable to that rush leading into tree. Flying really needed to be a lot quicker on that leer to try to flush him out, or maybe just not have him someone playing so close up near that corner box leading into A. Either way, just the awkward positioning by Upper Iowa really was their weakest link on that round, and it cost them a lot of bloodshed, particularly just in the hands of Quanta for majority of that round, as he found 4 only by himself, just running into sight essentially from mid.
Yeah, ever since that timeout happened, it's been a multi-pronged attack on site from University of South Alabama every time, and Upper Iowa University dealing with these 1v2 scenarios when those attacks happen has not been successful, especially from True. So now they're stacking up 3 people on site instead. See if they can find more success. They're already losing a member. A little slow on the draw is Krupster, who was able to find success immediately with that showstopper, of course. The rest of the team's already here, including Tiny with Operator in hand. Flying Agent's not going to be able to swing that one. Sushi Rice a little weak. Tennessee with the Odin in hand. But I don't think there's much more to do on this round. It's going to be surely a save immediately called for UIU.
I think once you can try to get that economy racked up again, you might need to think about trying to maybe buy an op of your own, because really the only way to try to counteract an operator is just with a better person on the operator, really. Either that or just trying to solo ult them just to make sure it's not a problem anymore. One of those two could definitely work out. And yes, smokes as well.
Yeah,
I guess I didn't think of the obvious one, Chad. That's why we have you here to be my brains.
UIU, they didn't get smoked, so call it out like immediately.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Teeny repeatedly every round finding success. I think that's what they also discussed in that timeout, because Teeny was not abusing that weakness of the composition of UIU. Operator went in hand for Teeny. Ever since then, it's been lurking, going through mid, going towards garage, things like that, just finding success, especially in mid. Like, Teeny's kind of just been like living in mid for the most part these past 5 rounds. Last round was the first time we really saw them on A side itself, but yeah, without any smokes to push off this operator, and they're not using other utility to really get control of them. It's tough to do so without smokes. It's a tough situation for UIU with this team cup.
Watch this.
Really, it's just a day at the shooting range at that point. It's something I say from time to time, but it's just a fantastic example. You know, some maps like Bind, there is really no definitive mid except going into hookah essentially, but even then you can't consider it, so it's kind of hard to op on that map at points. There's just a gigantic opening inside of mid, and if you let someone like Teeny, who's great at aiming, just have all of the map control in the world to use it, I mean, yet again, he's just stepping up with that entry. Great frag on a Sushi Rice. I mean, there just isn't much you can do. You made a perfect point about that, Chad, and I really cannot believe I just oversighted that. And Upper Iowa really had a huge oversight on that as well, as it's already a 5-on-2 yet again.
What?
A lockdown will go down, but the Hunter's Fury will be popped out in unison as well, just to destroy it, so nullifying it in a sense, and it even damages Krupster in the process as well. It's only the Sage left alive yet again. your best option is, I guess, just try to find exit kills, perhaps, as you don't have a weapon to save. It's a sheriff. You don't really need to bring that into next round, I suppose. So just trying to find some picks and really praying to whatever you believe in that you can land your shots on that head and really nice one tap. Other than that, you've already sealed your fate. It's set in stone at that point. There's your one exit, but it will only be a single frag. This Quanta's just waiting patiently. Yeah, this is just it's looking rough for Upper Iowa yet again. They had that hot streak at the very beginning, and now it's just it's back to downhill.
Yeah, I honestly think that timeout was just like, okay, let's stop floating on site. Let's get an operator in Teeny's hands. They don't have smokes. So let's get mid control with the operator, with those long angles. You just don't lose that, especially with somebody as talented as Teeny on your team. And let's just do multi-pronged attacks onto sites. Make it so hard for UIU to actually regroup and maintain footing. I gotta wonder where the mental's at for UIU right now too, because that lockdown was expended in a 2 versus 5 situation when Hunters of Fury is available from Quanta on University of South Alabama to counter it. And now they don't have that for the rest of this half, most likely. When they could use it maybe like right now. Right now would be a beautiful time for lockdown.
Yeah, it was incredibly questionable. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know why you would try to use that in a 2-on-5 on a save. But hey, you know what? I'm not the one playing, so I guess I can't always call the shots. But yeah, everyone's just dying. There isn't much to discuss here. Upper Iowa, they're just getting a dumpstered right now. It's just Tennessee left alive. He gets one on the Quanta. That's a great kill. But unless you're going to find another 4, it's really not looking all that hopeful for you. The Boombot gets destroyed before it actually locates where you're positioned at. We haven't moved all that much. You're just kind of backpedaling away from the situation, which is probably your best option at this point. South Alabama, they're just in such powered positions. There really isn't much you can do. Yeah, it's a lot of questions that are not being answered as to why Upper Iowa is kind of flopping, that they just haven't been, I guess, improving a lot all that much. They had 4 incredibly strong rounds, and yeah, after that timeout, it really just felt like South Alabama. That I'm like, all right, let's stop trolling, guys. And then they just they got back in their A game, and now Upper Iowa is just, their heads are on the swivel yet again, and they don't have a lot to play with in terms of both economy and ultimate eco as well. It's just it's incredibly worrisome, and we're on the last round as well, Chad. So I'm really biting my nails at this point. Hate to break it to you.
Yeah, very dominant showing for you, University of South Alabama. As soon as they figure things out, definitely want to see how things would have looked between these two teams if they had a better team comp on the side of University or Upper Iowa University for both maps. And we saw a lot of weaknesses with not having good info gathering on Icebox. They had a lot of guesswork and they guessed wrong a lot of times. And now they don't have a way of shutting down an operator or stalling pushes on sites by smoking them off. And that's allowing University of South Alabama to have mid control basically guaranteed. And be able to push off from there. You want to go for a double push through Garage. Their answer seems to be go with aggression to close out this defending half from UIU. You got 1 kill, but that's all they found so far. Just 1 for 2 trade. Sushi Rice got spotted and shot through the wall there for Bree finds a kill of her own on top of it. It's all down to Crepster. But up against the operator at hands of Teeny, not going to be able to do a whole lot. 8-4 half for University of South Alabama. That towards the end looked a lot more dominant than 8-4 feels.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Next pistol round going in, you've got to really start counting everything to hope that something works out for you at this point. Upper Iowa, they've just been dropping the ball more times than they've been able to pick it up. That's just really upsetting too, because at the very beginning they looked a lot more promising. Maybe it was just because they weren't comfortable on Icebox, but like you've mentioned countless times, Chad, I've dipped my toes in this as well. Just the team composition has been a really big detriment to them, and they just haven't been able to pick themselves up enough to fully be standing straight into the eyes of South Alabama, really. They're looking down at the problem, really.
Especially players like Glove and Flying Asian have been doing a really good job as far as gun skill. They've been finding a lot of kills. Sushi Rice has been doing a pretty good job too. Those 3 players really standing out to me to be able to like hold their own and if not win out a lot of times, but it's just compositionally they're not having good opportunities for these fights.
1 enemy remaining.
University of South Alabama just taking all the fights that they want in mid and winning out of it. All down to Glove. Good pace shots, taking down Bree down long. The last three members, honestly, are so weak that Glub could find an opportunity here, but it's going to be a crossfire setup for University of South Alabama, which is beautifully like exactly what we want to do. Just trade probably one person death, swing on it, and continue from there. Glub doesn't even check the first corner, though. So Mana gets the free kill in the end.
Everyone's so low on HP. If Glub was able just to solidify everyone, he might have had a chance of winning that. Also incredibly low on HP though, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword, I suppose. And yeah, not just checking the immediate corner is right. Just upsetting overall. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words essentially. I thought I had to sneeze, which is why I was kind of biding my time, but apparently not. So I guess I saved myself from that, but it's just, yet again, South Alabama on top of things. They'll be able to buy these SMGs moving forward. So it's yet again just a save for Upper Iowa. They've always just been on that downhill motion of really never able to fully buy. That's only been really a few handful of times. It's been nothing but just dominating work here by South Alabama. The rush comes in towards B, but it's ineffective as Mando and Bree will deny it perfectly. Mando getting another pace already locked out inside of B directly. Mando with a third, finally being refragged by Sushi. Great double kill as Teeny goes down as well. That was a hell of a shot, but gotta find another three, and you just dash right into your own doom. As Bree is just waiting at the perfect moment to strike. 10-4 now for South Alabama. At least you found a couple of picks to your name, Upper Iowa, but not enough to have a real impact on that second pistol.
Yeah, but all this time, TD's been saving for that operator. Didn't buy anything in that last round, knowing that, like, all right, team, I trust you. You got this. You're buying the Spectres and stuff. They're going to be going to a save because that seems to be their the tell a little bit. They go in the save rounds, they lose the pistol. So team's like, all right, we're going to completely save. But, you know, because they all have Spectres, they're just going to go for the safer play of a Phantom. So the operator would be devastating, but if the rest of the team is Spectres, operator while it can't be shut down very well, if the rest of the team crumbles to rifles, Phantom's going to be a way better clutch option than the operator would be.
Going for trades, though. Not that bad. Rear gets deployed, allowing Sushi to overextend himself. But no! You can't be doing that! Are you joking me? Teeny just getting away with that because the spray was ineffective. Oh my god! What an upsetting round as everything was coordinated so well in that execute, but you just missed some vital shots. Upper Iowa, what a slap in the face and a kick while you're already down on the ground. Oh my god. That's such an upset as South Alabama just getting closer and closer to ending out the series entirely, Chad. I'm at a loss for words now at this point. I don't even know what to say.
I'm glad you were talking that whole time because I didn't really have much to say about it either. Sushi Rice had to reload and couldn't get that last bull on a person who tailwinded. And then the rest of the team completely had faith that Sushi Rice can get that kill. Teeny lives and gets a double. It was just unfortunate all around for UIU there. And that seems to be a little bit of the tell for how this entire match has gone. 11-4. University of South Alabama looking even better position than they were in last round. And it's going to be another save for UIU. They're right at all on the 12th round, it seems like. Quanta and Teeny already find picks for themselves.
Quiet now.
And your top guy of Glove already eradicated. Tennessee gets one on a Hua. It's been pretty impactful in terms of finding picks, but really everyone has been doing their part on South Alabama, so they're looking to get again a very stacked altercation. We only have one defending A, and that's Teeny, but they seem comparable. Or not comparable, but the other way around. They seem confident in their own skill, just a one-man army and Quantum in the background as well, getting a nice pick. Leaves, Krupster, 1vx, everything on the line unless you want to go into match point. Things are looking quite worrisome as they're just kind of biding their time. They're waiting for their own death at this point. They're just
honestly,
I don't really know.
It's a good play, like 200 IQ, just leave Krupster alive because of the survivor penalty. They have a sheriff in hand, no armor to work with. They only get 1,000 on next round. They probably, if I remember the eco right, probably won't be able to buy up a full like rifle and stuff. And there's no reason to push. They're not planting. We know that they're in main, so they're just letting them live. Finally, they swing, and they're going to put them out of their misery a little bit. Krupster was at 2,900. It would have been 3,900. So, yeah, Krupster wouldn't be able to buy
match point
util or force onto light armor going into this round if that was the case. But say, you know what? It's going to be 12-4. We'll let you have a rifle and armor going to this final round. Very, very sportsmanlike from University of South Alabama.
Yeah, we'll let you bite the bullet. Kind of letting you teeth on it, I guess. Here comes the airplane.
Sushi
Oh.
Rice has an operator. Now is it like, so University of South Alabama, they have smokes. They have Mando. Will they be able to use their smokes correctly? And so far, yes. You see, like right there, it shuts off the sniper lane. They have to push forward and be more aggressive, let themselves be more exposed. We're able to push through it, but the exposure factor is actually a big deal. There you go.
Really? Oh no. Yep, there it is. I mean, this is just perfect positioning overall. You may get that trade, but the damage has already been done. Hoo-ha, nice frag onto Tennessee. And there goes the Bladestorm as well, just to seal the deal. Make sure your package doesn't get lost, I suppose. 13-4 for South Alabama. All right. Well, that was a best of 3 to say the least. Upper Iowa really just dropped the ball. And again, we're not just like the make fun of Upper Iowa show.
Nope.
We were really hoping they'd be a lot better in terms of performance. I think a majority of it just had to do with team composition overall, like you mentioned a lot of times, Chad, and also just relative game sense, knowing when to rotate, knowing when to go for retakes, when to pop ultimates, just the basics. You get the basics down and you'll just have a lot more success in your matches overall. Now, that might not mean you get match wins overall in your best of 3 series, but being more consistent in winning rounds, maybe taking a map overall. It just, the little things really add up overall. And I'm hoping we can see more of that in UIU. But as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the fall season, Chad, I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case, really.
Yeah, there's a reason why you see teams at the top of the upper echelon of Valorant Pro play doing that exact thing of checking all those boxes of having like a smokes, having some kind of control options or lockdown options, maybe not a sentinel, but maybe double smokes if so, or more forward information from more initiators of know the sentinels, so we know where to rotate even faster and more effectively. And then entry duelists, things like that, lurker characters, like there's a reason why all those boxes are checked, because you need all those elements of your team to properly win out games, basically having power strengths. And there's just a little bit of like weaknesses in the composition for the side of UIU that entire matchup, but they didn't know how to rotate properly. No initiator on Icebox, especially it being Sova Icebox, even more iconic duo in Valorant essentially. And then no smokes to stop the operator on Teeny, who's already proven themselves in the first map to be Jet Op proficient, going to extent that Jet Op proficiency is arguably more impactful. They then don't have any smokes. So put themselves in a very difficult position to win out because of composition choices. So seeing them in future, would love to see those comps improve as far as the diversity of them.
Well, all that being said, that'll conclude the 9 o'clock best of 3 series with South Alabama taking out that victory 2-0 fashion. We've got one more best of 3 going underway with both myself and Chad Lantis yet again, so stick around and we'll be back in a few short amount of time. Yes?
I want to add, just for a quick moment, a little bit of positive note. Shout outs to University of South Alabama, because they did take that time out, recognize what that weakness was, exploit it beautifully. Quanta and Teeny especially stood out to me that entire series, fragging out, finding opportunities. Who on the rest were doing a great job, Bree and Mando on top of it. So great job to them. Want to give them a quick credit. We did a little bit of a constructive review for UIU, but I want to give praise for the team that did properly play the game and did an amazing job of doing so before we go to the break.
Yeah, no, I'll mention too, Glove did pretty well in terms of finding picks and flying Asian as well. He was kind of his right-hand man in that endeavor. So it wasn't all just pain and suffering for UIU. They did have some bright moments. We just need to find more of them. Hopefully that can happen later in the season, but we are nearing that end. And yeah, we'll get ready for the last matchup of this evening. So if you're still interested in some more Valorant games happening here at NECC tonight, then stick around for that matchup at right around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, where myself and Chad will be there to recast it yet again. And we hope to see you all again very, very soon for that next matchup.
We can go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build our dreams on suspicious minds.
How did you get here? I'm drunk and confused. I tried to be patient with you. Yeah. Ooh, you found that fire. I'm drunk and confused. I tried to be patient with you. Yeah. Ooh, you found that fire. How did you get here? I'm drunk and confused. I tried to be patient with you. Yeah. Ooh, you found that fire.
than just a friend. I hope you like me. He's more than just a friend. I hope you like me. He's more than just a friend. I hope you like me. He's more than just a friend. He's more than just a friend. I hope you like me. He's more than just a friend.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. Hope you didn't mind the minor wait here. My name is Phil, also joined here by Chad for the final matchup here of this evening between Boise State versus Fresno State Bulldogs. I'm hoping that this matchup will be a little bit more, less one-sided, I guess a little bit more evened up between the two teams as we're a little bit up in the divisions, Challenger division now between these two teams. So I'm hoping we're in for a bit more of a treat here, Chad.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look at it on paper, Fresno State Bulldogs are up 4-1, while Boise State Orange is 2-2 in their respective division. So on paper, you look at Fresno State Bulldogs, be like, all right, 4-1 versus a 2-2, they should win this, right? But because of the volatility of collegiate lineups, there's a lot of players in the rosters. You have to wonder which players are playing today, how do their styles match up, which maps are they playing on, did Boise State Orange just go against tougher opposition versus Fresno State Bulldogs? There's a lot of questions go into it to wonder, how is this best of 3 series actually going to play out? And I'm hoping we have a nice, hefty matchup that goes neck and neck, close all the way down to the wire, and find some exciting moments.
Maybe we'll get to see that map 3 later on into the matchup here, but I think we're almost ready to get map number 1 underway, which, oh no, we're experiencing a bit of some minor issues in the background here. That's unfortunate. I think for map bans though, we've got bind on the first one, and then followed up by that, I don't think we were actually relayed that just yet. And it's Ascent, and then followed up by Icebox. Okay, so a pretty familiar palette here for you and I, as we just got off of a best of 3 involving Icebox and Ascent. So at least we'll have our bookwork tied in quite well for that. But bind, we haven't seen just yet. I mentioned it a little bit in terms of opping, because Ascent, it's a great map for opping, where bind, it's the polar opposite. There isn't really a direct mid. You've got that walkway leading in a hookah, and that is basically it. You've got B long too, but that's not mid, that's on the side part of the map. So you rarely see an operator in play. From time to time, it might get picked if that's a personal favorite, but other than that, it comes down to a lot more close quarters gun engagements in those really tight rooms like hookah itself, maybe leading up in towards that garden area right past B long, showers from time to time, U-Haul as well, just to name a few. So it comes down to more or less just overall aggression and how well you can work around the tight-knit map of bind itself.
Yep. Yeah, you can force anything you want to, and some players just do that, so they make the operator thing happen on a jet or something like that. There's
Yeah.
pretty much 5 positions you generally would hold as an operator user on bind if you're defending. So because of that, if you have a smoker on the enemy team and they know how to use that to really smoke those positions off and work around it, flash through it as well, things like that, then it's a little bit easier to work around. So we're probably not going to find some like pop-off operator performances like we saw in the first match today from Teeny. But, you know, sometimes people try and make it happen anyway. But with Gozu locking in the raise, typically you don't see double entry duelists like the raise jet setup these days. So it might happen, you know, it might be a comfort thing. But if they lock in a raise, usually it's combined with like Arena if there's a second duelist, or just more supportive characters.
Wondering if everyone's going to try to click Yora at the exact same time here for
please
Boise
don't.
State. Maybe
No.
just unlock some secret ritual, perhaps, here, Chad. It's actually quite threatening. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know whether I should be running or not. But hey, at least on the side of Fresno State, they're fully locked in. They've got
Yeah.
the Rays, Jet, Viper, Sova, and the Astra. Viper, pretty good on bind, just because, again, just the overall density of the map.
Choose
You
your
can really
agent.
one-man army any site you want to, especially you can really relay a lot of information and deny a lot of pushes with a toxic screen, having that snake bite as well. Overall, just a really great agent, especially on those tight-knit maps. Also great on Icebox, which we saw a little while earlier. So it's nice to see a relatively standard meta on both teams, with really both team compositions really not being that far-fetched, I suppose.
Yeah, relatively standard. It's pretty new school for sure, but definitely sound for the meta, because Sentinels are in a position where if you have a double controller or double initiator set up, then you can do a really good job of like working around from not having a Sentinel. You have a lot of forward information, and that combined with smokes, they can know how to properly work around with that info and set up for your duelists. You don't really need Sentinels as much. It's a little more aggressive, but the velocity of your team composition amplifies for sure. So it's going to be a double initiator, double controller setup for the side of Boise State Orange, as well as Fresno State Bulldogs, as we have a nearly mirror match setup as double controller, double duelist for Fresno. Sorry, single initiator, but double initiator, double controller. So it's really like trading out the Sky for Jet is basically these team comps, and Sky is like a pseudo duelist anyway. So it feels very similar what they're doing here. Fresno just going with more speed and try to have that op as an option maybe with 3Z, whereas Boise State's playing a little bit more for team play.
Viper really is, or not Viper, my mistake. Sky is really the jack of all trades. That's my mistake. Especially after her buff, she is just good in every single thing that she can do. Even having a little bit of using her regrowth to maybe gather some extra health too, always nice as well. So technically she can be considered a healer by some, but she's mostly known for how well her guiding lights and the rest of her abilities are used for gathering intel, and just also annoying the heck out of your opposition. But so far, the massacre will begin inside of A. So far, Boise State ahead in that man advantage. Haven't gotten full control of U-Haul just yet. Zeke, a great shot on towards Gozu. Now it's just going to be up to Panda and also the Viper right behind him to be trying to go for a possible plant, but they're just trapped essentially inside of U-Haul. That Nebula going to now basically impair their vision. They don't really know if they're going to be running in blindly to their death, so it's not looking to be a great start here for Fresno State. Maybe going for a possible cheeky right click. We'll tap away at Zeke's HP, trying to finally get that first pick, but they'll end up getting healed in the back line by that regrowth that I mentioned previously, and that's going to be the first round win here for Boise State.
Yes, it seemed like a little bit of overkill because they had the Nebula one-way set up for a short, but then also had the toxic screen cutting off both showers and a short. So making it to where it's like doubling up some util there from Boise State Orange. But, I mean, overkill is a little underrated sometimes, so it still worked out. They still got hit by the decay. Weakened on the come out, and then that allowed the immediate player advantage going the way of Boise State Orange on those initial frags. So now they have to buy up a Phantom in the hands of one of the Boise State members. Very ambitious pickup that could go the wrong way if they get caught out early.
Yeah, an incredibly bold pick. You have to pick your fights wisely, but luckily you've got the rest of your team to back you up. The Roomba getting a kill on Nasuki, matter of fact, as well. You don't see that one every day, but if you're not quick enough to take it down, it will completely rip you to shreds. Now just up to 3 Ds and also Gozu inside of B long to try to maybe recover out this round, maybe go for a couple picks here and there, because if you at least get 3 on this round, things could be pretty impactful moving forward. That way you can't fully buy everyone out. 2 nice frags between both players respectively. Make it that 2-on-3. Spike is still stuck right at the top of Hookah, though, between the doorway leading into it and also the TP doorway itself. And there's yet again a Astra smoke, which will basically force you in with very little information to work off of. So it's looking to be a possible another round win favoring the side of Boise State, as they really just have a firm grip on round number 2. Very limited time as well. 3 Ds on literally 1 HP. He'll get the first right click, but it's only a matter of time before he gets refragged. So that'll be Boise State 2-0, starting out with really good pacing.
Wow, 3Z almost pulled that off. 3Ds. The Tailwind reaction speed to pick up the Spectre, switch to that, and then had the crosshair lined up really well, but just takes too long. That's part of the recent hit to Jet, actually, is the pullout time after using the Tailwind, which was confirmed to be a bug, but it's kind of like, actually we wanted nerf her anyway, and this seems good enough. We just left it. And we see exactly right there why it would be a nerf.
Yeah, just a lack of mobility can really be an upset, especially as Jet. That's one of her main features, is how quickly she can kind of just change location and make that information basically dead, useless in a sense, especially pairing it up with the operator, which we talked about, not incredibly strong at bind, but you may see it from time to time. Anyways, though, bit of a rotate going in through by Fresno State. They'll try to attack A once again with everyone stacking up in main, and maybe that Viper just playing a little bit farther back, possibly watch flanker, just in fact asserting herself later in to pop out those poison clouds. So far, it's still an even man count. U-Haul still not being cleared up entirely. Michelo is able to stall for a little while. That cloud burst coming in just to make sure no one overextends while they're going in for that spike. Great coverage here, even adding a toxic screen just to have things completely locked in now in the post plant, and things are finally looking a little bit up for Fresno State. All they have to do is just play keep away, make sure they don't get fragged out entirely, and this should be a pretty set in stone round. But here comes the recovery by Boise State, and it's working out perfectly for him so far. Chris getting that last frag. It's just up to Suki and their lineups, and it'll be good to stall for a little while, but they are incredibly closer to the action. Things could get dicey as it's 3 up against 1. The odds are definitely up against Suki.
Oh no,
here.
the opportunity.
Toxin's still very low as well.
The timing!
But no one's looking out for it. This could be perfect. No one's covering the plant. They're all looking for Suki, and that might have costed them a round entirely. I cannot believe they managed to let Suki get away with that. What a clutch for Fresno State.
Suki, she found the perfect opportunity. Like, literally, that's the one way she could win that round, and she recognized the noise, the run. Boise State Orange, they thought that she might have wrapped to showers after using that lineup position, because that's a very common thing Vipers would do. They do that lineup wrap showers, trying to like fake out which direction, but she just waited, heard it, and then just held composure, pushed in perfect timing, and nobody stuck behind to cover the diffuser on side Boise State Orange. Just an oversight. It cost them a very important round because that was a bonus, and they almost won it at the very end. So now, go into a rifle round. You have to try to lose out, but 3Ds being very aggressive, doesn't find the initial success, goes and tries to find it as a follow-up, but they just completely got stuffed. Boise State answering back and coming back from that blunder very immaculately, beautifully done. People will hold the site so far as more kills come their way.
I mean, these Nebulas are just doing God's work right now. Panda, though, trying to step up right near guard and will only manage to secure that first pick before Chris has their way with them. 3 kills to their name, trying to find more onto the round perhaps, and this has really silenced Fresno State essentially. They've got Suki, the clutch queen from last round essentially, and 3Ds, who has found a couple of nice shots from time to time, so maybe they could possibly redeem themselves here, but it's going to be very tricky as it doesn't really seem like Boise State is going to be trying to give them any leeway. They've got the Astra of Zeke relocating to the top of heaven to make sure they're not going to go for any frisky possible rotations all the way back into A. They basically have to commit essentially into B, but now that the manpower has been basically transitioned to a clean 50-50, it's going to be very difficult to try to do that, especially with such limited time. You only have 15 seconds and you're bound to make some sort of mistake just due to the fact that you don't have a lot of time, but that overextension by Chris could be a really bad play. Luckily, though, Frosty gets 1 onto 3D, so that will now get the 1v3 yet again for Suki. She'll get 1. That's a nice pick, but she gets spotted out by the Owl drone and gets wall banged at just the nick of time. Zeke will deny a second clutch back-to-back for Suki, and that'll make things 3-1 back in the favor of Boise State.
At the very end there, too, is a 3 versus 1 situation in favor of Boise. And because the time was so low, all they had to do was just flood in and push one at a time, so Suki wouldn't be allowed the time to plant. She had to pop off to like try to get those kills, but because of that player life lead that was there in that moment, it was impossible for her to actually win out that situation. 3-1 for Boise State overall, with the exception to that one blunder that Suki took great advantage of. They've been looking fantastic so far this game. This operator hold coverage.
Oh,
nice.
That's good. What a pick. I guess I was really preying on a downfall of no operator this matchup a little more than I expected. I guess I was having too much fun with Teeny just wreaking havoc last matchup.
Oh yeah.
I was tired of seeing it, but hey, that's a very well needed first pick. I'll stop a pushing towards B, but now all the pressure is being relocated with H.
Suki couldn't quite get that notorious right click to find success. They do find 1 kill that Panda was able to obtain and get a rifle upgrade, I believe. Zeke covering that location. Chris is certainly alive, finding the showstopper kill, swinging around, but doesn't quite get the frag on Panda. Not living for much longer, but it won't matter much because this Grace is able to quickly get the trade and secure the round win for Boise State Orange.
That was a really great start by Boise State. Yet again, that operator getting that first entry pick and then never letting down that man advantage in the slightest, even doubling down, matter of fact, with the showstopper just to confirm a 1vx situation. It didn't matter that Chris died just because there was a overwhelming presence inside of A that Panda wasn't able to take care of with only a sheriff. So pretty strong commitment and able to carry over that operator into yet another round as Disgrace picked it up to basically just hand it right back to Chris so they can try to pop off yet again.
Yeah.
And they still have plenty of ultimates to play with Boise State. They've got the Cosmic Divide, they've got the Seekers, and they even have the Viper's Pit. These are all great ultimates when trying to play for retakes just to gather information or just deny positions entirely.
Suki is waiting for that wall to go up. That wall that the Viper just dropped indicates they want to play for U-Haul control. That's exactly where 3Ds is going for, using that gravity well as a support system. But the shorty is enough from Chris's live to gain the control right back and continue fighting for that control. A-side is still any player's game, but with Suki's Viper's Pit dropping, Frosty finding a kill. Chris's live though, the Viper's Pit might not be enough. Suki left all alone in another clutch situation, but the spam, those pink shells, utility, all of that being sent her way, nothing she can do yet again in a kind of situation that we've seen before of one versus many. Suki left alone. Of course, Boise State Orange wins in that opportunity.
Yeah, they were kind of just playing proxy around the Viper's Pit, and they already did so much damage before it even got activated. It was just, it really got nullified for a majority of that round, and not a single ultimate being spent on the side of Boise State either. Just absolutely massive. They could probably not even have to worry about using one at all this upcoming round, just because it's mostly pistols and one very frightening judge on the side of Gozu. But, I mean, other than that, again, just great coordination by Boise State, especially around that Viper's Pit.
Oh, the spam, they know that they have the weapon advantage. They hear the sheriffs coming out as well. Gozu has a judge, was not able to find a lot of success blasting on site last time when pushing towards Frosty before. But we'll see if they can do it again, actually do better this time, or if Frosty can do it again by shutting down that aggression. 3 stacked on site, but 3Ds finding that opening opportunity. Showstopper coming in, as well as a Blazestorm that's stacking up ultimates. One of them finds success, and that's honestly all they really need. 5 versus 3 on the site. They are getting some weapon upgrades to those rifles, those duelists on the site. Spike has been planted, and as the rotation comes in from Boise State, you have a Cosmic Divide and a Viper's Pit. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to deal with, because the Hunter's Fury is still available for Fresno. That Sova is sitting back and be long, and Suki's already rotating all the way back over towards Fountain for those lineups. But it might not even matter if the frags go the way of Fresno, but they have it so far. Zeke getting a 2-for-1 trade overall for the team. Panda answers right back. It's all down to Chris's live, who's found a lot of impact frags in the past, but can they do it in a 1 versus 3 against this insane post-plant situation for Fresno State Bulldogs? I don't think it's going to be a reality, and I don't think Chris's live is going to be live for much longer.
Well, at least Chris will be able to get one, maybe find another before they go through the TP. That will be the case, so only Viper of Suki remains alive. She'll hang on by a thread, but he still got the round win on an eco, so that's massive. But the usage of that Blade Storm and also the Showstopper, every time you hear, "Here comes the party," you just run for the hills, man.
Run
it's
away.
Such a great ultimate to make space, and then that allowed Jet just to dash right into sight, find one vital pick, and then get that right click. I talked about this way earlier in the first matchup between you and I, Chad. If you just utilize that ultimate just to get a pick and then pick up someone's weapon on an eco, that's pretty well reserved. It doesn't matter that your entire ultimate gets utilized, because now you have a better weapon to go into another altercation. So it's a pretty fair trade, and it'll allow them just to have so much control of B and give Fresno State that second round win.
Frosty being the one of the judge this time around, but Gozu's judge outmatches. No. I'm the race player. I'm the judge user. You're a Sova. Sit back with a rifle. Know your place. Shuts that right down. The Seekers will let them know on the side of Boise State that they're still at B site indeed. That's why you see 2 people still hanging out, but without a lot of forward info, they're going to need to leave 2 people lurking on A site. The aggression from Dragoon comes through, finds the kill. That second op shot, are you kidding me? How did you hit that flick? Still gets shut down, but impressive nonetheless. It makes this a winnable situation for Boise State.
That was a spectacular shot. This could maybe be recoverable here. Got that Cosmic Divide if you really want to commit to this round. That might be a necessary push, perhaps, especially if you can cut off that sightline inside of elbow, forcing the overextension here. Really could be the way if you're saving grace. It's not going to be needed, though. Mitchell gets that first pick, but sadly, it's just the response. It's instantaneous by Fresno State. Yet again, that post-plant situation inside of B is just too impactful, and they'll manage to get a third round, slowly dwindling away at that round advantage in the hands of Boise State.
Something that Boise State hasn't really done much, Orange team here, is not really utilizing lurks on the defensive side. I think Fresno's kind of getting a little bit of awareness of that, because right there they completely committed to just looking at CT door and not having somebody lingering for the lurk check earlier on. Suki completely committed for the lineups. That might be something that Boise State might need to mix it up a little bit if they don't want to bleed out rounds more so. Versus live falls on the aggression, but goes into 4. It might be a safe round, but come on, man. In Valorant, that's still not going to work out.
I mean, they're just moving in like an army.
Frosty,
Essentially,
wait,
3Ds. What? Oh no, 3Ds! He's just getting freebies on the round. Dragoon gets his doppelganger as well. Oh, that is quite unfortunate. All the X's just stacked up near the market lobby, whatever you prefer to call it there. That is just hilarious to witness. Disgraced, hearing Spike planted in the background due to the announcer. It's going to be a very tricky situation for him. He's got the judge, sprays down Panda,
so gross.
narrowly manages to win that one out. You got to get another 2, and 3Ds is just waiting with the operator. What a hilarious round. And you know what, Boise State? At least you changed it up a little bit, because that was interesting. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's definitely very aggressive. I like that for sure, especially in a safe round. And like, might as well mix it up a little bit, see if we can catch out some people, upgrade to a couple rifles, and make this a winnable round. And it was kind of looking kind of good for a little bit, but Frosty jumped forward with a owl drone out in completely unchecked territory. And the rest of the team just got shut down with those rifles as well. This is coming into a little bit of a 3Ds versus Chris's live matchup right now with these fraggers on this duelist for the team. Kind of like stepping up, slaying out. Rossi's trying to recover a little bit of that honor. Finds 1 kill, getting chip damage on 2. It's a great start for the round for Boise State, getting into a buy-up.
Just getting that first entry, just tipping the tide back in your favor. It's always not a horrible idea to go to, so long as you have that information to work with your Hunter's Fury. That's a very well-needed change of pace here for Boise State, as they're able to really make Fresno State have to think about what they want to play into moving forward. It looks like they're going into A with a little bit of pressure being put in towards Showers, and then the Viper just saving the best for last, essentially. Here comes the push, coming in through with the blast pack, but it's denied perfectly by Michelo. Now they only have to really worry about just the operator and also the Viper working in slowly, but they're not entirely sure where Michelo is located as this toxic screen. It's kind of a double-edged sword right now, as you don't really have an exact location about them. They're still just biding time, as got just a little bit more to work with before they go for this full-fledged execute, but they're still just overextended just slightly, allowing Disgrace to find that nasty wallbang headshot. And oh no, I don't think they actually spotted out Viper. She's just stuck entirely in the toxic screen, but they got to worry about Zeke inside of U-Haul before they even have to dissect on towards the Viper just yet. 3Ds, 1 great shot on towards Chris's live, but having to find the other 4 agents that are scattered across the site, and the rest of Bind itself, really, it's looking to be a unwinnable situation. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they try to collapse in on him. I'm shocked they haven't done that just yet, because he has such a heavy weapon to that operator. If you can save it into this next round, yeah, they're not overextending. They want to keep their weapons as well, which honestly, I probably would have wanted to try to get the operator off the board, but it is kind of risky if you lose that player, since your eco isn't entirely strong. So I guess I can respect it. But hey, a round win nonetheless by Boise State, keeping most of their players alive. Not bad. Not bad at all.
It's one of those situations where I'm not going to say either decision's a bad call. Your eco could be hindered greatly, and the economy of Fresno is good enough that you could recover the operator anyway. But yeah, definitely one of those situations where really good setups to the side of Boise State, and with no healers on the side of Fresno, all of that initial impact from the Hunter's Fury, making the 80 damage to 2 different players, taking out another player, that damage stuck for that round. It made it really easy for Boise State to win out the gunfights when they already have been winning that long. Wow, Panda.
Over time. Nice spray down by Panda through the Astro Smoke as well. Getting that first opening pick and removing your only duelist. Essentially, I guess, in theory, but plenty of these agents can frag out regardless of what role they are on. And oh no, just 3Ds waiting for that rotation. It's such a great weapon to go for cut-offs that operator, as it just 1 shot. That's all you need to get that pick. And it's nothing but picks for Fresno so far, but Zeke will finally slow down that aggression for just a little while, even having the Viper's pit to work off of as well.
Oh my God.
Okay then.
Good trigger
The
discipline.
situational awareness not there apparently. Unlucky there for Michelo, and neither for 3Ds. He wasn't expecting Disgrace to be sitting so close in the boxes inside of Hookah. It's looking to be a full-fledged rotation inside of B, and Disgrace is still here to try to slow that down. Spike is down as well. This is massive here for Boise State. Recon Bolt gets pinned on out, but it's not going to be enough information. Fresno State making sure they can really pincer out Disgrace here, using that Cosmic Slide to make this essentially a 2 versus 1, but they have to push in right now as they're so limited on time, and they're allowing side of Boise State as well just to double up on top of it, and it's going to actually bite him in the rear end as Disgrace with the judge, jury, and executioner gets 4 on the round and brings that round advantage a little bit closer, and only one more round till we go into the second half as well, Chad.
What a beautiful round from Disgrace. Gets the initial pick, doesn't get greedy, falls off graceful, uses a utility stall, pre-fires that corner, knowing that Gozu's been just using Judge almost every round, it feels like, and they would have been the one first on site a lot of times too. So just be like, this is probably the Judge. I'm going to pre-fire this. They're going to swing it. Gets the kill, and then with Zeke rotating in with that Cosmic Divide, you doubles it up with the Seekers, secures the round, secures around lead points to half as well at that point. Stall out, play the time. Now the operator in hands for Chris's life finds another pick in B long.
Well, one of the only few places you can utilize it, but at least Chris is doing a really great job of it, and always just building that momentum. Talked about it a lot. Most teams that have gotten that first pick have been able to win out their rounds,
Gozu's about to go crazy.
respectively speaking. Not all the time, though. Not all the time, I'll have to admit. But hey, better starting out strong for the most part, so you can end out even stronger. And you're slowing down Fresno State because they have to respect that operator now. They don't want to lose another player here. If it becomes a 5-on-3, that's almost unwinnable territory.
Yeah.
Especially since players like Suki, she's so close to getting that Viper's hit. That could be utilized so well just to get inside of sight during that post plant. So is the showstopper, but Chris yet again, the blind fire through the nebula and pops his own showstopper. He'll get 3 on the round, and Frosty joins in as well, making a buddy ace. And my God, Chad, they stopped out the B site, pushed entirely, all in the hands of Chris and the cleanup work by Frosty.
The Asher Stars worked against Fresno. They tried using that to close off the angle for elbow and then blast on the site with a showstopper. Classic move. But with the operator sitting there, Chris, honestly, that was an amazing shot because Recon Bolt gave it away for sure of where exactly Gozu was located. Wasn't moving fast enough to get past that corner. Was kind of like stalling out looking for somebody. And Chris just hit that shot. Predicted the movement slightly after the Recon Bolt tag. Hit it, and then just nice response knowing, you know what, they're probably going to flood into here because I'm an op user who's a raise. Instantly activates ultimate, was prepared to hit that shot, and took down Suki as well. And from there on, it was just lights out. All was over. Boise State in a nice, comfortable 8-4 lead going into the second half.
That's a pretty strong start. They've been able to work a lot of picks. Gozu would be trying to go in for that early on aggression with the nade and also Boombot, but just gets tagged up so much. He's able to return the favor, though, onto Asher, so it's not the end of the world, but that regrowth, yet again, just basically making all that utility worthless in a sense, and it's going to really add up because you highlighted it perfectly a little while ago, Chad. There's no healer, so Raze will forever be on just about 5 HP or so, and then we'll get one tap later on, possibly, so that could just really put a rain on the parade of Fresno State as all of these next rounds are going to count. That pick will count for a lot, though. That wallbang headshot that Dragoon was able to land up near Hookah, slowing down this push right up near B. But at any given moment, the aggression, it'll just happen. As it's still a 4-on-5, not completely over just yet, but a rotation, in fact, comes out as well. It's actually going to be an A push, Chad.
It's all coming down 3Ds, hitting these shots, sees it happen. The Jet gets out of the way, but not able to recover to hit the second. Zeke and Michelo is able to flood in enough to secure a site. Nice utility by Panda. Beautiful Sova utility. As we're both Sova mains, we both love that. As the 3 members of Fresno are left alive in a 3v2 retake, as Spike was successfully planted by Michelo and Zeke. They're the ones getting the frags of the team. A couple weak members on the side of Fresno. We remember that damage does stick against that team. Panda able to hit the one shot. The maneuverability. The shots though by Michelo, but it's not going to be enough as Panda just pops off to hit those shots. Has plenty of time to defuse. And Fresno State Bulldogs wins the pistol the second half.
So close for Michelo, but yet so far away. if he had just landed a couple more shots and just loosened up, he might have actually been able to find that last pick onto Panda as well, but just such an upset down to the wire, and that health disadvantage really almost tipped the tide entirely back in the hands of Boise State. But a well-round win that was needed desperately for Fresno State. That way they could just start buying up a couple of nice weapons, and here comes the shock factor pick yet again of the judge. We've seen it in play countless times already on Blind, and I'm wondering if it's going to have a huge impact on this upcoming round.
Yeah, holding over to B long. Players flooding right in. Satchel packs are available, but the range held. Disgrace barely dies. The judges so hard at long range, but Frosty is able to just jiggle peek enough to get the kill. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 overall, as a lot of battles are happening at the exact same time. 3Ds hitting another share shot. Looking pretty good with this so far. And it's still alive. Has footing this time to go for some cheeky shots. It's not going to be anything yet. A little chip damage. And 2 versus 3. Timer's running low. No spike control because that was dropped in hookah. Boise State's in a really tough predicament.
Yeah, they are not looking all that hot. They'll back away. A bit of a peel out of B long to probably recover that spike and then transition back into B. They've got time to go for that A rotation, sure, but Jet is just waiting so patiently to try to deny that. Toxic Screen gets deployed as well, and Boise State's still not entirely sure how to play this one out. They essentially have to push into B, but they don't have this hindsight that Suki's playing so close. Spray down goes in through, but she was only able to hit the wall. Michelo will eradicate her in the process. Now at 2-on-2, you've got to go for that push, but no, they're doubling down on the reposition yet again, Chad. I'm so surprised, and it'll really come down to the wire as they're going to have very little time to stick that spike. They'll have to confirm it instantaneously, and here comes 3Ds just waiting for the rotate. And because they're so low on HP, it's easy pickings with the Sheriff. That's going to be Fresno State winning it out 2-0 on that second half. They really should have just committed to B, in all honesty, Chad.
Yeah, there's no way for them to really know in that situation, but it was a textbook scenario because of Bind having that teleport option. 3D just hangs out right next to the teleport in case they need to take it just to support the team on B side if they do commit to it. So it would be a 3v2 essentially if that commitment happened. And Boise State, they do get some knowledge, but it was nice overall that they got that rotation in for the weapon pickup, but ends up not being enough. 3Ds was too nice on that Sheriff. Very impressive so far overall in this game. The Sheriff especially in this defensive half.
Has been finding some nice one taps here. Guess it's 12 o'clock somewhere in the world, as some people would possibly call it. Michelo gets that first entry. Blade Storm right inside of A will find a lot of impact though. Downing the spike early on yet again, forcing a transition by Boise State for the second time essentially, and they're already down 3-on-4. They could still probably pick up the spike pretty easily. It's not really that deep inside of A, so it's not that difficult to recover. Gathering some vital intel as well with the Hound, even disorientating Jet just a tad bit, forcing her a little bit farther away. Zeke one pick up inside of Hookah, and a great transition onto Gozu, ripping off both the heads inside of Hookah. They could go for a possible B take. That's exactly what Boise State will attempt now. Spike being committed here, and it's going to get put down at relative ease in the hands of Frosty, and now it's all in the favor of Boise State right now. It's going to be a really tough retake position, especially all up to Panda. Has to win that gunfight inside of Elbow, and that will not help him out at all. Frosty is able to win that confrontation, and 9-6 will be the new round count. Boise State still just barely in that lead.
Zeke clutching up in that round. If Zeke didn't get the double there, if only got like the single and Gozu was still alive, I think Fresno would be in a great position to still win out that round because of Gozu's hold, especially with the weaponry available there. But yeah, again, that double kill from Zeke. They just exploded on B side. They had to do a full rotation from Fresno, and Zeke read that like a book, set up and prepared for long, and even Frosty doubling up with that. Boise State overall working really well with each other for these swings and retakes. It's just every once in a while they slip up and give like multi-kill and clutch moments happening over, especially for 3Ds.
Both these teams really making very little errors. It's just minute stuff. They are both at each other's throats essentially. Looking like Boise State might try to change things up a little bit. They haven't gone into showers all that much, especially with this big of an emphasis and not even that much pressure being established in towards A main. But it's looking like it was mostly just a recon mission. They're not entirely sure if they want to commit everything inside of A just yet, as a lot of bodies are stacked in pretty key positions just to entirely shut out a push leading towards A. So it might be just a full-fledged wraparound leading back into hookah and also garden. Try to find a couple of picks here and there, get control of elbow once again, let that plant sink all the way into the ground, and then put themselves in a really good post-plant situation once again. That's what the setup's looking like for Chad.
Yeah, it's 2 3v2s on map. Like getting all this info, getting all the pressure on map. Chris is live in disgrace, finding a 2-for-1 trade, and that prompts Michelo to rotate the B side, but they decide, you know what, we didn't get enough control of the side that we wanted. Getting some good looks happening as well from Frosty from Showers. We're not hearing anything going over here, so just a nice rotation overall. Just leaving Zeke for the lurk, making noise, making a stall for Gozu to rotate. This could be initial 4v2 on site for the post plant. Tough situation for Fresno. They have no side control. They have wrestled everything back with pistols in hand.
Ooh, that could have been deadly. Disgrace didn't really have much of a clue that Suki was so close to him. But luckily, just that micro flick will save his skin a little while longer here. His position inside of A is really tough. Owl Drone gathering some vital intel, along with the recon bolt as well. Disgrace, nice frag onto Panda. Goizu gets 2, though. So things could possibly be winnable if he's able to just find 2 separate 1v1s, even having the showstopper if he wants to risk it for the possible biscuit. Sprays down Zeke. He's good for it, but only 1 bullet left in the clip. He's going to have to find some nasty 1-tap, but time is ticking, and it's gone down all the way to 000. So he's not able to get the defuse down, but at least he saves his life in order to keep that Vandal in the next round.
And Michelo doing what Suki did, has the lineups ready, so even with the first initial contact members on site falling, it doesn't really matter. Time stalling enough. That's exactly why you see Viper on this map. Maps that have really wide open like site areas, like no ceilings or anything like that. That's why you see Viper like on Breeze. You see her a lot on Icebox for the B site lineups as well. And then obviously a lot of control on A site and this very long room on A on Icebox. Yeah, looking comfortably here. Viper also comfortably is 3Ds with an operator peek down short, which is very aggressive that you pretty much only do with a jet. And you can see why just tail winning right out there, finding that quick little cheeky pick. And automatically putting this round a little bit favored towards Fresno's way.
Nowhere to run!
Might force them to go for something incredibly aggressive, maybe. Hunter's Fury gets popped on the attacker's side, allowing Mitchell to step up with relative ease. Gets that control inside of U-Haul. Viper's Pit going to be expended as well. This could allow them maybe go for a plant. But Spike is so far away.
He's
yeah,
timing
it's
on
going
the
to take a really long time.
Spike.
This could be a huge
Zeke
oversight, to be honest here, Chad, as it's nowhere near to be found, to be honest. And now that Viper's dead, it's just a massive blunder on the side of Boise State. If you're going to utilize that Viper's Pit, make sure she has it to get that plant down, as you just wasted 2 separate ultimates in 1 round for what? Just a loss.
There's 2 massive, very impactful, and very important battles happening on the map at the same time there. I was trying to track what the spike was, though, which is ultimately what's the most important, was spike.
So far away.
Zeke responded to Panda, like turned on them, and then got the kill. And then beyond that, eventually died on the rotation because Fresno is doing on defense what I want to see Boise do. Work the lurks a lot more often, and that round largely won because of that, but also because Fresno is winning on the site because Boise set up everything, committed everything to get the setup, but there was no plant to come. Retake happened. 3D's another first pick for that opportunity.
Going huge right now. Just bringing that back, that fan advantage, favoring Fresno State. Just the little things that matter most. And yet again, just finding some heads, popping them like melons. Dragoon stepping in as well. So's Gozu. And it's just a quick cleanup, completely shutting out Boise State as they attempted going inside of B. I'll give them Devil's Advocate. They did only have pistols to work with, and now they get rifles to play with on this round, presumably. But still, a great way to keep all of your players up and alive and just to bring back that morale a little bit, as you are still trailing slightly behind, but the key word here is slightly.
Very slightly. And Bind has been defensive favored overall, especially as of late. Not so much like the olden days of Split where it's like, oh yeah, obviously every time on defense it's just going to swing back. but it has been like a little defensive favored. So I'm not very surprised to see Fresno coming back a bit here, especially how good they look. And still, despite being in a 4-8 half, he looks pretty good overall. But still, Boise State's in it. You have a buy up now. But as quickly as I said that, they're not so much in it as Gozy gets a double kill, the paint shell thrown through the teleporter, which is exactly why you see Raze's set up at A short on defense for this map.
Yeah, well, there goes your presence in hookah.
Yep.
Completely gone. You didn't even step foot in hookah.
Dang.
You just got naded right outside.
That's unlucky, really.
Quote unquote mid area. Yeah, unlucky, but so well predicted there by Gozu, forcing out the TP all the way into showers. You're going in yet again, another fatal funnel. 3D's missing out on that vital shot though, forcing him back just a little bit, but he'll just set up somewhere else and get ready to utilize that operator once again. Before that, I think Gozy wants to find more than just 2 with the paint shells. He'll overextend, but he does have that judge, so it's for good reason. Now Boise State, they're just on the long haul yet again, only leaving Sky near showers just to basically allude to a pushing towards A, but it's really not going to happen as the full push in towards Fountain has now been committed, and the only thing stopping them right now is Dragoon, and they actually didn't check if he's playing close. Oh no. This could be big. Oh, they have no idea. They're completely clueless, but they get through the teleporter in time. That's actually massive, but the only problem is the jig is up. They're well aware of that because Dragoon could relay that information, and now it's only going to be a 5-on-2 situation, technically 4-on-2, as the Ash is nowhere to be found, and yet again, just nothing but a cleanup crew, essentially, but this time in A rather than B. Really good idea on paper, but just the execution was not there.
Yeah, it really wasn't. They had like a sense that maybe they can rotate over towards A site because Frosty, in the past, Frosty had presence from showers and was inching in. Right there, they had a member in showers inching in. Like, it's the repeat. Try to take teleport again, throw off Fresno's read on where exactly they're going and executing. But 3D is getting a big kill all to that showers initiator going in. Then relocated. Immediate crossfire set from Fresno. And right now, 3Ds has been successful so far, but the Marshall beats out the operator this time. Beautiful headshot by Michelo.
I mean, as long as you click on that head, it's still going to be a one-shot. Just need a little bit more precision. Just some better timing here there. And hey, I mean, it worked out in the end for him. Hunter's 3, though, tagging a little bit. So dealt some pretty vital damage. So not the end of the world, I guess. You can maybe find a pretty easy refrag, but losing out on that operator is very detrimental, and there's no way you're going to be able to recover it. So it's going to be a bit more complicated. In fact, it goes in the hands of Michelo, so now your best ally has been betrayed, essentially, turned against you, as just about 50 seconds on the clock in Boise State. They really do still have plenty of time to work this push inside B. They're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, really.
That's good info, especially since the timer's kind of locking down. Dragoon, they know they have a weapon advantage, but Michelo was able to get an upgrade. He'll get the trade-off as well. So they can rotate a member of Boise, rotate over towards long. He could get a weapon upgrade. However, that's so exposed in that exiting doorway.
30 seconds left.
We decided it's a little bit too risky. Let's go ahead and rotate A site. That orb would be huge. You can get Viper Spit, but also would be risky because you're all alone, just an operator. So the Seeker's going to be enough. 4v2 on site, but the showstopper from up high goes in with another haymaker play and finding success. Michelo answers back, but it's a 2-for-1 thanks to Suki as well. Viper Spit drops, 10 seconds, but Frosty finds an opening. Spike will be planted, but what can they do in this post-plant situation with weakened guns and the initial peek coming from Panda and the info to shoot straight through, and now they know with that teleport taken, they can just stick the defuse. Was in a spot. You can shoot through that if you're positioned perfectly. Mitchell has to guess immaculately, but that's such a huge guess, and it doesn't come through successfully. Mitchell can't quite clutch out, but at the very least, he can take the operator into the next round.
That was such a great play by Panda and a really big upset there, because honestly, if Michelo, if he had maybe more time, let's say theoretically, he might have been able to stop that plant from happening, but it was so unlikely.
Yeah.
The plant was more or less set up just to either play directly in the site or maybe an angle in your garden / C long, or B long, my mistake. There is no C bomb site here on Vine. That's my apologies. He just couldn't get a good sightline up in hookah. But like you mentioned, at least he was able to save the operator. So that could be very impactful. Now back in the hands of Chris. He did so much work with it, but he barely misses onto the jet of 3Ds, but luckily makes up for it as he gets rid of Dragoon. Now it's just back in the operator plays yet again, Chad.
The absolute confidence from Chris to just keep re-peeking that corner. That's insane. And didn't get punished for it either. Didn't even take chip damage. Got the kill for the team. 3 stacked on A site for Fresno, gambling a bit and relying heavily on 3Ds to hold down and play for themselves. I don't know if 3Ds actually use the Tailwind. If so, then that would be a really big gamble for them, but the Tailwind's still available. They should be able to get out just fine generally. And because of that, the gamble might actually pay off for Fresno. 3 second on A site here, but Spike, Boise, I don't think they don't even seem to know where they want to go, but it definitely seems to be intended to A site right now.
I think they're just waiting for the talk screen to go down, and that might be their initial rally call to try to get back in. They've got Viper's Pit to work with as well. 5-on-3. Chris, a nice wall bang on towards Suki. Chris just overextending himself, and there it is, the Viper's Pit right on cue. Just about 30 seconds left. Recon Bolt spotting out Frosty, but it's not that big of a concern. What is a big concern, though, is that Mitchell gets shut down by Gozu, and that Viper's Pit now completely
Spike's still not there.
just front down as well. You've got to worry about Heaven on top of that, too. Spots out the body of Chris just barely. Whips out the Blade Storm. Panda's down for the count. It's only 3Ds left alive in the post plan. Gets a nice dink onto Disgraced's head. Needs to find another 2. Still has that Blade Storm to work with. And the Operator. Either one really could be a massive factor
Nice rotation
in helping 3Ds win out this round. Expecting one located up inside of U-Haul. Waiting for the push. He'll get it down just in the nick of time. Needs to find just one more. Recon Bolt not spotting out a single soul, but the spray is good because of how low 3Ds actually is. And that will keep Boise State alive, but just by the skin of their teeth, really.
The Recon Bolt at the very end kind of gave a tell that Frosty rotated to short, but I think 3Ds in the moment is not looking at the radar, like the minimap, I should say. Maybe if a member of Fresno State Bulldogs said, hey, that like Sova's A short, like Recon Bolt A short, Sova's A short in that moment, maybe 3Ds could have responded a little bit better at the last second. But nevertheless, was extremely weak in the moment, and Frosty did an immaculate job of playing the time and just spraying exactly what he needed to on the peak. Worked out for them. Aggression by 3Ds, trying to play up A short. This Hunter's Fury might punish it beautifully. There's no more Tailwind, and now he falls. Frosty finding a double kill to open up the round.
Oh my god, perfect use of the Hunter's Fury. Like you said, just punishing Fresno State for their early on aggression. And they tried backing off. They knew they overstayed their welcome, but it was just far too late. Damage already being done. Now Boise State, they've got free reign of B, essentially. It's just Dragoon in the back of Fountain. He's not going to be able to come back in due time, but maybe he could set up a really strong flank that could catch a couple players off guard. He'll try to get this first engagement onto Chris. It's very successful. He has to find another one, and now that his intentions are well known by the rest of Boise State, that might be very challenging. We'll get yet another one, though, and now Suki's inside of sight, but she gets eradicated by Frost pretty quickly, and now it's just Dragoon on the flank, up inside of Hookah. Cosmic Divide gets popped, but really not gonna do much of threats. The attacker of Cosmic Divide, after all, is apparently I've turned colorblind mid-cast. Dragoon now in a really rough predicament here. This Cosmic Divide being such a nuisance. Zeke can just play keep away now inside of Elbow. Goes for the defuse once again, and Zeke is just quick on the swing. We're in match point territory now, Chad, with Boise State just still barely in that lead, 12-10.
Dragoon is bringing back that round into a winnable state by finding those 2 massive kills on the lurk. Took down Chris's live, the top fragger for Boise, and shut down Disgrace, who was like the counter lurk Sky member. But when it was a 2 versus 2 situation, Suki kind of jumped the gun just a little bit while Dragoon was in astral form trying to set up the utility to set them both up for the 2v2 retake. Suki aggressed onto the side a little bit early and allowed Boise State to have 2 2v1 situations for themselves. Entering onto site, and that's a little guiding light flash. Push them back a little bit, perhaps. Gozu trying to respect it, but like doesn't want to. Gozu's like wants to go and just make these high feed plays, but then also knows they need to respect situation. So you can see them going back and forth, just wrestling with themselves mentally. Love it.
Everything's just so neck and neck. They want to throw at any possible chance, you know?
Yeah.
I completely understand that. And oh no. Bro, there goes the judge yet again. Gozu's almost patented weapon. And yeah, that's spiked down, but it's over near B long, so it could definitely be recoverable perhaps. And I don't think the defensive Astra is going to let that one get away. Dragoon's got a couple of his abilities set up pretty comfortably to make sure it's going to stay in B long for a little bit more than anticipated by Boise State. They'll get picked up by Disgrace, and they don't overextend did they not hear Disgrace recovering the spike, perhaps? That might be a bit of an oversight, perhaps. And yeah, I'm really confused on this, chat. I want to hear your thoughts.
They dropped the
30
gun to
seconds
tell
left.
him, yeah, we definitely grabbed the spike. And then when they walked away, Chris Live went and just grabbed the orb with no info if they can swing around the corner again. That's insane! And now they're getting a double from Dragoon because he lined up for them dry peeking in corner without checking properly. Gozu off the top ropes with a 360 turn of the judge in the face. Finishes off the round and brings us into the final relegation round. Will it be overtime? Will it be Boise State Orange closing out map number 1?
Well, I thought they almost had Dragoon dead to rights there because he popped out, went for the smoke.
Yeah.
That or the no, and he didn't have his gun up, but he still got away with 2. That's incredibly shocking, to say the least. And yeah, one more round away, we either see a win, barely by Boise State, or we go into overtime, and
Double operator.
that could cause us to be here for such a long time. And did you say double operator?
Yeah, 3Ds and Gozu both have an operator, so they have A long and B long covered with both of those. The showstopper for Gozu for the retake, but the first one's cast by Chris's Live to maintain that U-Haul control, take it by storm, takes down Suki, a lot of that utility gone. And now, while they're being completely collapsed upon by all sides, Dragoon's coming in, 3D's trying to hold the site, but Chris is live with a triple kill already, finds the 4th, that's all down to Dragoon to try and keep the hopes alive for the map number 1.
What an opening by Chris, eliminating every single person. I think he wants this ace. It's a pre-fire by Disgrace. He'll fall to Dragoon, but it's got to be another 3, and he's so low. Those paint shells almost eradicating him. Boombot just to be safe, and there it is. Give it to Chris. Oh my, on the round that matters most. Denying overtime and making sure map 1 on Bind is going to be a win for Boise.
It's what we wanted, fellow, is a really exciting, close match that has a lot of like pop-off moments from players, and Chris with the biggest pop-off moment of the entire map goes guns blazing and just takes the entire map by storm, gets the ace, complete aggression while doing so as well, did not let go of that W key, leading of the showstopper, and showstopper indeed it was.
Oh man, yeah, really just that was the encore. I gotta admit on map 1, man. That was just the piece de resistance, and maybe next map we'll see a little bit of a similar storyline. I think it's Ascent next up, and then Icebox as the last one. I'm pretty positive. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the reassurance there, Chad. At least you're able to remember that, not me. Anyways, though, I'm hoping next map will just be as exciting as the first one because man, that honestly. That could have gone either way because both teams really made just very little mistakes, and some of them were obvious, don't get me wrong, but the other ones were just so little and almost minute that they really almost had no change on the round. Again, hope to see all of you yet again for the next round, or pardon, map, my mistake, as it's probably going to be just as exciting as Bind. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little while.
Soy del tipo que se queda. Un error y estás fuera, cariño. No me importa si suena loca. Nunca me decepcionaste. No, no, yeah. Es por eso que cuando salga el sol me quedaré diciendo. Tenemos todo el tiempo en nuestras manos. Podríamos cancelar nuestros planes. Podría quedarme toda la vida. Cierra la puerta y tira la llave. No puedo más. Somos solo tú y yo y no hay nada que pueda hacer. Estoy atrapada, atrapada contigo. Entonces ven y vuélveme loca y abre tu boca. Aún no cambiaría. Estoy atrapada, atrapada, atrapada. Estoy atrapada, atrapada contigo, yeah. No soy del tipo que se queda. Un error y estás fuera, cariño. No me importa si suena loca. Nunca me decepcionaste. No, no, yeah. Es por eso que cuando salga el sol me quedaré diciendo. Tenemos todo el tiempo en nuestras manos. Podríamos cancelar nuestros planes. Podría quedarme toda la vida. Cierra la puerta y tira la llave. No puedo más. Somos solo tú.
Welcome back. Just a short little break to let these teams kind of gather their thoughts and get prepared for the second map of this series. It's a very exciting one, so definitely want to give them that second to take a breather. We need to do the same as well because it's a very exciting map one at Bind. And going to map 2 over Ascent, I have a feeling that we're not going to be any short of more excitement going on to the rest of the series.
Absolutely not. Maybe we'll get the treat of overtime, perhaps, no matter how long it would take to get that victory underway. And maybe a slightly different team composition as well. Viper isn't always the strongest pick here on Ascent. And I speculated a lot about this on our first matchup together, you and I, Chad, where KO can be picked from time to time on Ascent. I'm hoping that's going to be the case this time because just making sure that your opponent's utility cannot be utilized for a fair amount of time is really massive, especially if you just blind them entirely as well. The only thing you have to rely on is your gun once you don't have your abilities to utilize. And if you're blind, well, you can't really shoot back. So it's a pretty deadly combo put in the right hands. And oh no, here we go again with the almighty the strategy here to try to pick your all at the same time. Absolutely gets me every time, man.
I mean, last time as well, Boise State Orange, when they're setting up like this, they were like, that the last like 2 seconds they all like swapped, and by 1 second on the timer they locked in. Like they knew what composition they want to go for, they knew who they're going for, they didn't have to like hover or anything like that. So we'll have to see and talk about that when we get there. But what we can talk about is the other side of things. Fresno State Bulldogs 3Ds going off of the jet onto Arena, and that was their big fragging look for the team. For majority of that map was 3Ds making big plays. Put them on a character like Reyna who can recover themselves with HP values, things like that. There's no other healing on the team. Because of that, especially, 3Ds can pop off. You make a big dent in the economy and livelihood of Boise State Orange. But the 3Ds, they get shut down, then it's going to be a little bit tough for Fresno State Bulldogs to really maintain a lot of control, especially in the middle of the map.
I think they heard me talking. Okay, I hate how I made those like my 2 mine points and we didn't even have them. I should have went for the safer picks, as it is still a bit of a debacle if you actually should bring them from time to time. It depends on personal preference. Comfort can be king, and these team comps are still really strong without the chaos. It doesn't make that much of a difference, honestly. Still plenty of smokes. Asher is incredibly strong on Ascent, just like almost every single map, essentially. She's pretty well refined in the meta, as she can just do a lot for your team.
Yep.
Plenty of smokes. Those are always nice for trying to get your way into site or stopping a site push altogether. Cosmic Divide, great for playing retake games or just once again cutting off sight lines. Heaven is a great example. If you're going into A, you cut off Heaven, maybe try to get Door as well, perhaps, if you really want to be finicky with the Cosmic Divide, and it can just completely shut out a push entirely on the when a defensive side is going for that retake.
I love double initiator composition, so immediately I like Boise State Oranges a little bit better. Just biased because I like initiators the most. That's why I play the most, especially Sky and Sova. Other thing to note, both teams going with the Sentinel now. They did it in the last game, and now they go with the Killjoy, which Killjoy, honestly, on Ascent is what feels like our home. So good on this map. And 3Ds is so good with the Sheriff. What was that flick? That was insane.
I cannot fathom how good you are at hitting those 3Ds, and he's even going to find another on the round, not even being silenced just yet. Gozu will take his life instead. Mr. President, get down. You're still popping up. We got to keep you alive and well, and it pays dividends. Make it 3 for 3Ds. He tries to find yet another, but he only tags up Zeke, incredibly low on health. Suki will be there to finish him off. Oh my god, 3Ds. Someone take the Sheriff out of this man's hands. He's too dangerous to be left alive with that gun.
We're even seeing that on the first map too. 3Ds having a lot of success with the Sheriff specifically. And then the Operator later on. Probably not going to be grabbing an Operator on Arena, especially on Ascent. But still has the Sheriff going. We'll probably get a rifle by next round if things keep going this way. Because sticking with that Sheriff, of course, why not? Pop off potential. Sheriffs can win out in those like Chico rounds people talk about. Now going to be on the first peak against Boise State with a beautiful read. Can 3Ds pop off again?
Oh, might happen. Oh, he's good to find one, and there goes the wall bang. Great information gathering by 3Ds. You don't have that recon bowl to work out with, so he's just gonna face check for you, make it that 5-on-3, turned 5-on-2 as Panda gets rid of his doppelganger Frosty on the opposing Sova. Just brilliant plays off the rip by Fresno State. I feel like they're a little bit aggravated that they lost on their map pick of Bind, so they're just coming out of the gates swinging on Ascent when it appears to be Chad.
I literally just checked the map pick ban sheet to make that exact point of like which team picked which map, and you're absolutely right. Coming back strong, and sometimes we see that happen in series like these. Now 2v5 is an eco round for them, and just classics in hand. They can't heal themselves on the side disgrace. Full 100, but no armor. It's gonna be a tough round to win. It's kind of just like an inevitable thing. Just kind of waiting for it to happen, and really just seeing if Boise State Orange can do any kind of eco damage on their way out of this round.
That would be nice. You get 3 picks. I talked about this. You can maybe buy like 2 of your players if you have 3 alive, but not the other way around. That's just how simple math works. So picking up these next couple of kills could be very vital. The Boombot eliminating Disgraced, and Zeke will at least find 1 to not make it a flawless round for Fresno. But they only lost Gozu, so it's not that big of a concern. 2-0 now for Fresno State as they kept most of their bodies up and healthy. But at least Boise State's eco will be healthy enough to allow them to buy rifles to try to finally contend up against Fresno State's aggression.
They hardly lost any money there too, because 3Ds went to that round with the Sheriff and they just picked up the Judge, so they basically lost no guns. Gave that Judge right back to Gozu, and then just buy a Marshall just to have a more options at longer ranges. Peeking out a tree here, 3Ds might be able to have the perfect timing. Had a beautiful read every round so far, 3Ds, knowing exactly where Boise State's attacking from.
I think he wallbanged through one of the panels, which is why that headshot didn't actually kill him entirely. Not entirely sure either that or he hit him in the shoulders, one or the other, but still a very missed opportunity. Yeah, I think that might have been the that's on me. And oh no, not checking that corner. I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, Chad, as Dragoon just gets 2 easy kills. He'll finally be flushed out, or at least attempted to be flushed out there by that nano swarm, but will take a lot of damage in that process. Still barely making it out alive, but eventually the spray down will be just enough. to finally eradicate the lone Astra sitting right next to mid. That man advantage will be equalized in this position. Spike's picked up as well. It looks to be that the main point of contention here will be Tree. Panda's waiting quite patiently, but that Guiding Light will do a lot of damage. He'll get one before being fragged off finally by Michelo. It's soon to be a post-up position here for Fresno State. They're stacked up trying to slow this down. Going to be a easy hold. Now the 2v1. Michelo's waiting for that flank. Both players on such little HP, but he has no idea 3Ds is right above him. What a great play up above next to default plant to make it a 3-0. What a great bonus win for Fresno.
What's even better, 3D's right there too at 6-0-2, by the way, has a Vandal in hand, looking amazing right now. Swapped out that Sheriff for Classic, knowing I have a long range option with the Marshall. When would I use a Sheriff over a Marshall? I'd rather have a Classic with close range, and was able to just get a nice and easy right click at the very end because of that. And that Lear just makes it so that they didn't hear that jump on top of Generator. So Michelo had no idea they're right above him that entire time. This time around, peeking over at Garage. It's not exactly where Boise State's going and initially peeking for the first time this round. I'm not guessing that properly, but still the general vicinity of this map. 3D is overall just running this entire lobby for game number 2.
Really being the clutch factor, I suppose, with a really big playmaker overall. Just doing so much. He'll be playing a little more passively, though. Doesn't want to overextend himself just yet. It's going to be a much more quiet round moving in forward here as Boise State still try to make ends meet, pardon me. Just kind of vibing. I feel like they're waiting for Fresno to make that first move to get that first mistake on the board, but they don't have to. They're defending. They're waiting for the attackers to come to them. So at this point, Boise State, they're just kind of wasting a lot of their own time, really not gathering a lot of map control. They're just kind of slowly and steadily just pushing themselves in one of 2 points here, looking to be A, finally mostly towards main, but they have wasted several amounts of seconds here, and they really don't have a lot of intel to work off of entirely, and that might be their demise as Gozu is just waiting here patiently in such close quarters, tags up one incredibly low, rips at the boom bot, and even the paint shells to double down. I can maybe find at least one pick. That'll be exactly what happens as Frosty goes down, and at this point, basically just relegating yourself to a fatal funnel. 3Ds is waiting above inside of heaven. Gozu now overextends himself as well. It's just a constant bout right between both Dog and Tree, leaving it up to Michelo. Last back comes into full force. Gozu wants to secure this last one, and he'll do just that. A really upsetting round there for Boise State, making it 4-0 favoring Fresno.
Yeah, it was a safe round, so they will be able to come back pretty strong here. Chris is even considering the operator scene for just a split second before immediately selling that thing. Okay, but actually let's go rifles. I mean, operator jets on ascent attack aren't all that bad. I would say that they're definitely stronger on defense to this map, but you can still make some good opportunities happen with it if you're really confident with it and want your whole team's like ready to play around it. We saw that the first series of today, just having like make control entirely. Suki though with an LMG, that Odin in hand, able to spray through, not finding a lot of success because a lot of the team of Boise State made it past that initial firing line that Sova set up for generally, but of course being Killjoy this time around, not having that forward information to really confirm that, had to go off of feel and sound, which is a little bit too late to the draw.
Yeah, they made it past the fishing. That's kind of like the safety checkpoint.
Yeah.
They'll back up a little bit though, but it's not that big of an issue because Suki has already relocated themselves. So again, they've got time to kill essentially. It's still a minute on the board, and they're waiting. It's the calm before the storm essentially. They want to set up these smokes in the hands of Asher to make sure that they only have to worry about a handful of positions really, and then they can get that plant down and just only have to worry about the retake essentially. But it can be really easy to go for retakes on a majority of these sites because I mean, you just have plenty of options to pick and choose from, essentially.
Yeah.
So you always have to worry about it. It's like a double-edged sword, essentially. That goes for almost any single site. From this point in contention inside of O's, that'll have to be a big issue here before actually getting that plant down. Showstopper pop, but I think it was almost detonated. I was proven wrong, though. Gozu eliminates Zeke because of that. Suki still holding quite strong as well with the Odin. Will get a nice spray down. This Sprays, though, still sitting pretty close in towards sight near that lever. Will be able to slow things down just a little while, but time is still ticking. Just about 15 seconds here. Suki still in a power position and on full HP and armor, and even getting put down. Panda, great frag on a Disgraced, and even wrapping around quickly enough to get rid of Frosty. Overall, just a great hold by both Suki and Panda. I'm shocked that they were able to get away with that.
Yeah, I honestly thought Boise State Orange was going to have a lot better time on that attack. They started getting in map control and site control, I should say, but they kind of stalled out, didn't fully commit, didn't know what utility to properly use to just blast on a site and force Suki out of boats. They didn't know how to really maintain and control the CT and market peaks. So they got onto site very well, but then they didn't really know what to do. It seemed like from there on to like flush out and find advantages. Mitchell, though, he didn't find advantages on the Shiko round, able to get that first blood onto the Rays.
Yeah, the Sheriff Shiko, which is a really fun way to say it, actually.
Love that word.
I always love hearing that, I'm not going to lie. I wish I heard it more often. But hey, at least thank you for showing me a nice little treat, I suppose, Chad. 5-4, Boise State. They did find that really crisp kill with the 6-shooter. So very close pistol in hand. Recon Bolt giving away a little bit of information, but that door will actually allow just to bite a little bit of time, slow down, and halt that push in towards A. But it's actually a full rotation up into window. This is some shocking stuff right now by Boise State, but it's actually managing to work. Zeke catches Suki off guard, but it's still relatively a constant trade game here with Boise State barely in the lead. So many players on such little HP could allow for easy pickings here, especially with the Emperor's ability pop by 3Ds. Gets one. He's now waiting in both Arches and Heaven. He gets the player up inside of Arches. The overextension comes in through, but it's a nice, crisp one tap by Mitch. Now one versus one. Even has the rifle in hand. Pops out the turret just for a little bit of insurance. This could be still a great post plan, but the gravity well, I think, actually takes him off the plan for just a little while and forces him to think. Fighting just a little more time. We'll try to confirm it yet again, and now Dragoon has to overextend himself, and he goes for a little bit of an off pre-fire. Not working out for him just yet. Only has 8 bullets to work with. He has to land all of these, essentially, to make sure he confirms his frag onto Michelo, and he expects him in a completely different location where he actually is, allowing Boise State to get their first round.
While Boise State winning a round that on paper they should not have won at all, but they just found that opening pick from Michelo, who also was the closing kill for that round, opening and closing, and then also just finding good opportunities for angles that Fresno State Bulldogs members just weren't quite ready for. And with winning a save round, like an eco round, that's the first win of this map, and they take the timeout. Just calm down. We got really excited for that round. Usually a lot of teams are like, oh my God, we just won eco, let's freaking go. Like one of those kinds of things, but calm down. We have a buy up now. We stopped their momentum. Their economy is still amazing. We need to just discuss what we can do with these ultimates. We have a lockdown Seekers Cosmic Divide up against their Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury, which honestly is a bit of a counter because they can use the Hunter's Fury to shut down the lockdown, their own Cosmic Divide, and maintain control for stalling, things like that. But Boise, if they can plan things properly, they can come out with a win on this round with overall having more ultimates to work with.
It'll really come down to who ends up falling to the wayside in these first couple of entries.
Yep.
Because both Boise State and Fresno have been very explosive. You highlighted the Hunter's Fury really well. What if Panda dies? That's the big thing.
Right.
Then they have really nothing to counter it. Yeah, you can throw a Cosmic Divide at another Cosmic Divide, and it's kind of teetering at that line of, is this going to be enough? Against the 2 other ultimates that you highlighted perfectly, probably not. So keeping these players alive and fit to be available in that execution will be massive here for Boise State to continue that momentum. This is really going to be the uphill battle that they're going to try to have to the best of their ability, just to make sure that they don't fall behind and have to go on yet again another Shiko, as you like to highlight it, Chad.
Blocking vision.
Beautiful first pick by 3D. Actually does have an operator despite being in arena because they're so efficient with it. Almost finds a second kill, just ducks under as Chris is live, and Zeke able to get the kill. Was traded back immediately, so player advantage. And these are the 3 players who have ultimate to work with. So I'd say this is still a winnable round, but that Hunter's Fury is still up. We still have a 4 versus 3 player advantage for Fresno. So this round's quickly looking a little bit more dim and grim for Boise State.
Ooh, Panda not able to find anyone near mid. Didn't overextend himself. they'll still be alive, and really that Hunter's Fury has no limit on range. So they really could just play for
30
a
seconds
lot of
left.
passive retakes. I tried highlighting that earlier, that a retake's kind of a double-edged sword because you're kind of trapped inside of sight to a certain extent. Lockdown gets expended now as well, so will a Cosmic Divide. Being popped relatively early, but you just want to make sure you can get control of B and at least put yourself in that post plant. But now you don't really have a lot to work with after that. Here goes the Hunter's Fury trying to stop the plant from coming in down, but will it be successful? He's aiming just a little too far to the left. He doesn't have the information to double down with the Hunter's Fury, and that's a massive oversight. Now allowing the post plant to be a pretty strong position here. The only thing that could be their saving grace is just out-fragging their opposition, and that's going to actually work out for them as Dragoon and Gozu just rush in Blitzkrieg style, and it actually works out for them in the end. I can't believe it. All that methodical prepping by Boise State just tossed to the wayside just by Fresno State, just simply gun diffing them inside of B.
Yeah, and beyond the gun diffing as well, they also kind of cornered themselves in a situation where they completely gave half of the site, all of like market into lever, everything like that. They had speedway and stairs to work with from Fresno State Bulldogs, so they were automatically given the retake angles that you always are typically fighting for your team. Nobody on Boise State Orange was lingering in garage to try work stalling tactics. There's no stars or gravity wells, things like that to really push them back, pour themselves into Boise State. And with that, Fresno just swarmed in, had plenty of utils to work with. That recon bolt to let them know which angles are already covered for cleared for free without even risking their lives. Speaking of risking lives, 3Ds doing exactly that, but gets away with it, finds a success, almost gets a second, but Michelo shuts it down, and now in another 1v1, Michelo shuts down yet another member of Fresno State Bulldogs, and able to get out alive, so making it a 3 versus 3 situation for the team, despite the early peak going the way of Fresno.
I feel like there could have been a much different story if Jet just overextended, if they noticed that Sky was actually on the Trailblazer, not able to keep their gun up. Little unfortunate, as it's still an equal man count right now, but you still have Spike, so it's not the end of the world really for Boise State, and it's about 45 seconds or so. They need to make this decision now, though. That way they can set themselves up comfortably in sight and then hold that post plant a little bit more successfully and not just kind of corner themselves in. That was a really good call, the last one that you mentioned really well, Chad. It looks like they're finally going in for that initial setup. Great recon bolt,
30 seconds
but it won't
left.
spot out the Killjoy inside of boats, but that really does limit where you could be playing at without being spotted. So it's almost a dead giveaway in and of itself, but Suki will manage to get 2 in the spray down. Frosty will finally refrag, but it's just Frosty left alive, and there goes Gozu right through the nebula. That'll be Fresno State, 7-1. That timeout really not landing at all for Boise State to keep that forward momentum.
Yeah, they committed a lot of the ultimates for a way of that actually, like, they secured the site plant and then allowed a good retake situation for the enemy team. And after that, the last round, just honestly, when they flooded on the site, they didn't have a way of clearing out Suki. They got info that Suki's probably in Boathouse. They didn't have a way of like punishing her from just doing a nice little peek. They lined up on stairs, and she hit those shots beautifully.
Here.
And a double kill, and the rest of the team was already there. Because they took their time before they stayed to go onto a side. 3Ds. Every round, man, it seems like he's getting an injury first blood kill, and almost every round, it seems like Dragoon's getting a double.
Just there to follow up. He's the best man at the wedding. I guess that's the best analogy for it. He's always got your back in terms of finding out these picks. Oh, don't do it to him. Goes no. Okay. All right.
You
3Ds,
saved him.
you ruined his thunder, but at least you kept Boise State with a little bit more honor. That would have been so upsetting. That would have been a mental shocker. Honestly, you probably should have let him go for the knife, in all honesty. I would have been livid. Bro, how does he hit that knife on me, man? I'm busy watching mid. I would have been through right there, to be honest with you. What a round by Fresno.
Great lurk by Gozer as well, who
Oh, yeah.
we're talking with the observer, Volpe, who's like, is he going to just keep going with the judge here? I was like, nah, I mean, bind is like the raised judge map for getting hookah and U-Haul control, so if they do use a judge raise on a Senate, it's not as easy to pull off, and they lost the first map, so it's probably going to look even worse for them. Gozu, despite being on the bottom of the scoreboard, is still like making it look like it works on this map somehow. I mean, I would say it's mostly like Dragoon and 3Ds just slaying out, Suki holding on B like a champ, Panda doing a great job getting both of the team constantly. But you know, that all allows for a crazy player like Gozu to find success, especially in a situation like here where he might be able to just flood in with a judge on this crossfire setup.
You should run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There it is, instant refrag. He's just waiting, playing in these close quarter situations and making sure he's always good to at least find one. That lockdown might be a little bit challenging though, but Gozu really doesn't seem worried about it as he just blast packs away. He'll still get detained, so it's a bit of a punishment, I suppose, for all the damage he's done. And now Seeker's being expended as well, but it's really not quick enough as 3Ds will still get that pick on a Disgraced, and now a defender lockdown comes into play by Fresno, basically nullifying every other ult that just got utilized. But at least Boise State will still be able to win their gunfights. Dragoon goes down, and Michelo now a second as he gets rid of the players stacked up in Dog, leaving Gozu and 3Ds trying to
30
clutch
seconds left.
2-on-2, but they have to retake the objective room. They've got 3Ds up in defender spawn, but he's just late on shutting down Michelo, and now he's got coverage to go for that plant. No one's here to
Spike
push for him
planted.
just yet. He's waiting for that backup by Gozu as well. Now he's here, opting for the Phantom. He's going to have to get in a little bit more medium range engagements in the post plant, but now Zeke has relocated as well. He's watching right from B main on the attacker side. At any given moment, he could swing on out and find a very vital pick, especially if Fresno does not have that information. And Zeke's just playing this so passive because he knows they have no idea he's playing there. Blast pack goes in through, but it's not good enough to get rid of Zeke. And now 3D's the 1 versus 2 situation. He has to find this frag into both Foe and Catwalk. Swings on out into Zeke. He'll get that first pick, solidifying it in the process. And now it's just the player on the side of Foe. Breaks the turret, and that will be his demise in the end. He has to worry about both the exact same time, and luckily Boise State will manage to get their second round on the board, but the differential is still so gigantic here, Chad.
Actually, really unlucky that Michelo died there. That forces them to have to do some light armor buys instead of all full armor. But all good, considering how that round started with the fact that they committed a lockdown and a Seekers and couldn't get onto A site because they didn't know how to stop Gozu from just sitting behind a corner with a shotgun out. Gozu somehow gets 2 kills in that situation, gets out in time, and allows for the coverage to be there from their allies. 8-2 from Fresno State Bulldogs. That round should have been won from them based on how it started, but they still have the ultimate lead. They clearly have the lead in round counts. They're looking still wonderful in map number 2. Now, Gozu still trying to hold the tree. Aldron leading the way a little bit. But the rest of the team kind of just stalling out. Michelo's the one who's been getting a lot of like entry picks and making like things look winnable for Boise State in a lot of these rounds. Zeke doing a lot of work as well. So I really want to see how these players pull things out because Gozu has a shotgun right there in tree where Michelo is about to challenge. This could be another big impact moment for the shotgun wielder, the shotgun main. But no, Michelo hits those. He hits the headshot. Nice, beautiful, fast reactions time. And with this draw over, Boise, they're back and forth right now, fellow. They're not really sure, it seems, of where they want to attack, but they might be landing on A side at the very end.
Bit of tug of war, but in the process, a lot of time being crunched, and they would have to really kick it up a notch if they wanted to go for a push in towards B. It's possible, but very unlikely at this point. They're just kind of
30
shift
seconds
walking
left.
right in through the Astral Smoke. One nice dink for 3Ds. Panda joins in as well. Good for 2. Finally refragged by Frosty, but 3Ds up again. Responds in your heaven before Frosty finds another on the round. A 2K to his name. He needs to find 4. It's got very limited time here, 15 seconds. Gotta go for that spike plant. It's a very audible cue. Spray right up near heaven. It'll be good. Trying to find 1. Frosty manages to shut down Dragoon, but luckily, Suki is just there in the nick of time. She'll manage
Last
to keep
round
Fresno
in the
State
half.
in the lead. One more round before going into that second half, and it's been a very silent round overall for Boise State in terms of rounds, but they've definitely made a couple of these altercations quite close.
Sorry, I couldn't stop myself from yelling because I was just like, how did Frosty hit that shot? I thought I was like, oh, he's committing. Let's go the last half of a second and just instantly hits the head immediately. That was insane. But Suki with a nice classic right click to be able to finish it off anyway. Yeah, Fresno, they look like a whole nother beast in this map, fellow, for sure. And a lot of this is coming down to 3Ds just popping off on its own.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I cast a curse it.
It's okay. No. We've had our fair share of curses. It's all right.
Might
Get them out now before we go in the second half.
Go 9-3. Might get out. Might not get it out if we go 9-3. Could be another curse.
Oh no. If Boise State comes back, I would I'd find it very funny, and it would be a literal 9-3 curse. It didn't help out UIU, I think, but it might end up helping out Boise State because they, like I said earlier, they've made a lot of these altercations pretty dang close, despite the round differential trying to relay a different story.
Yeah.
They've got their Blade Storm pop Boise State. They've got a good set of map control inside of B. The only player trying to stop them is Suki, as now Panda's dead due to that Blade Storm I previously mentioned, and Suki's now dead as well. Same hands on Chris. Showstopper is popped. Frosty trying to help out Chris. He'll be successful in that endeavor, and now it's just Dragoon, and there it goes. A nice little dink to the head, yet again by Chris. Oh dear God, it's 9-3. I don't know if I should be terrified or excited. I don't know.
I mean, considering I'm not playing, we're just to get to enjoy this match together, fellow. I am certainly excited because if Boise's able to make a comeback here, that is going to be a hype, especially since Fresno is looking so much better in map 2 than they did in map 1. They're doing a great job of swinging off each other, finding opening frags, things like that. Honestly, though, a lot of it does come down to 3Ds, getting entry frags, I think more than half of those rounds in the first half had 3Ds getting the first blood in the round. It's insane how proficient this player has been. Definitely makes sense that this is the one going on to Arena for the second map. But what can they do on offense? Lear entries and flash work with that. It's the only flash they have actually to work with. So you'll probably be seeing the team working with 3Ds on entries for sites.
Ooh, that's a great smoke, but Chris really does not seem to care. He's going to just spray right on through it, shut down 3Ds yet again. Maybe we should stop benching him because every single time he just falls to the wayside, and so the majority of Fresno State. Now that 5-on-3 situation, everyone's still trying to push leading into market, but Chris is still waiting there, trying to find a third on towards Panda. He is on about 48 health. Trying to maybe make ends meet, but it is only Panda left right near mid, trying to figure out what just happened to the rest of his team. I'll tell you what happened. It was just a collapse. Everyone waiting for the perfect time, perfect positioning, giving Boise State a very well-needed opening round win the second half.
Curse has begun, fellow.
Oh no.
It has begun.
The prophet.
Chris
the prophecy.
is
It's
fueled
true.
by the curse.
Chat run.
Chris,
Chat, get out of here.
Chris had like a really good Blade Storm usage in that last round as well. Of the half, last round of the half, and then doing a great job with the pistols. So honestly, coming online a little bit in 3Ds, falling off the weight. Like he actually did mention too. The last time I hyped the 3Ds, died instantly in that round, and then did it again the second time around. So I'm sorry, 3Ds. I'll stop mentioning how good you are. My apologies. Flooding on his site, Michelo with a Spectre. Can come up big here with the Nanostorm, makes the ball weak. That's a quadra kill for Michelo. Entry, and Suki's the only one left alive as Chris's life swings along with a fellow member. Michelo gets the ace at the very end. Beautiful done with the spray down. And nice job by Chris to just bait out for the teammate and just give the ace over to Michelo. Well deserved.
Michelo and Chris now getting aces of their own. This map for Michelo, other one for Chris on the Rays pick. And the unison of the gravity well and also just the spray and pray factor, of the Spectre, just perfect. You don't need to oversimplify things. It really does take just someone in a pretty nice spot with everyone stacking up and then just a single pop, pulling them in, and they're all dead, dropping like flies, I guess. Just massive overall for Boise State, and yeah, really not having to overcomplicate things. And well, Chris with the one tap as well. I guess that's not too complicated either. Just hit your shots, Omega lol, and that's already the first entry here for Boise State.
Fueled by the curse, fellow.
It's happening right before our eyes.
It's happening. It's like that gif of the old man with the disco lights. It's happening. One of the old school games. Love it though. Still, Chris, what the heck? All right, come on. Come on, like, just spraying with a Guardian of all things. Tap fire through a nebula with no info of where they actually are. Finds the second kill. Why not? 5-9 on the round count, but 5-3 is the player number count on the map in this round number 15. And Fresno, with losing two members like that, thinking, what do we do? We just lost our two duelists. Those are entry members to sites. Typically, no flashes anymore, no fast movement rays. We still have this utility to create distances and stuff like that for us. But we only have 30 seconds left to work with here. At the very least, they have Spike, but they have to try guesswork where people are located. You can work really fast. The timer's ticking low. The Trailblazer is going to give a lot of information away, and it's going to make it even more tough for Fresno to get onto site now, especially with what you put blind.
Oh yeah, that Trailblazer doing so much. Doing God's work, and so is Chris. Getting a third with that nice wall bang. Make it a fourth.
Wow.
Maybe he overheard me and he wanted to try to one-up Mitchell by getting an ace of his own on Ascent, but just barely managing to not have that happen. A 4K is still good enough. That victory will still be just as sweet, whether you found 4 or 5 on the round altogether. And I guess this has just been a very defender-sided Ascent as of right now. Maybe that's the case, but at the moment, it really is looking like that 9-3 curse might have actually come in true. And the question will be, because of that, how can Fresno State lift that curse?
For sure. Winning the bonus as well is massive, of course. Gozu has that judge in hand. 3Ds gets that opening kill onto Chris, who is now dead, no longer alive, but Zeke gets the first entry kill of the site. Trying to run away from that judge spam. Barely makes that alive. The remainder of Fresno State Bulldogs are able to flood into A site and get the spike down, surely eventually as the street door goes down, but not before Zeke is able to get the kill onto 3D. So only one weapon upgrade. Actually, no weapon upgrades, because the kill that 3Ds found was in mid. They couldn't get that pickup, so it's still just a weak buy weapons for all of Fresno State trying to hold on to the 3v4 situation post-plant.
And really, this could be a very quick and easy retake. Guiding Light will blind out the player in hell. Not able to work off it just yet. You're still waiting for just the perfect time here. You got that better weaponry. A pulse will come out. It has attempted to stun a few, but it's not successful in that endeavor. Gozu gets one, but the rest of his team is now dead, and he will join them in the afterlife as Zeke now wants to try to join the 4K and 5K club, getting that defuse down as well. That is a savory play, and now you're getting so and so close to that helpful Cosmic Divide. But Dragoon already has his, so I might just see another aggressive push possibly go under play, perhaps, Chad, as that is a great way to cut off sight lines, especially in Heaven if you're going for that A push.
Man, they just can't be stopped right now. Chris has an operator now as well, which the work that he was able to do with a Guardian was immaculate, spreading through smokes. An operator in hand as a Jet already positioned in mid is going to get an early peek at tiles. That's going to be very ambitious if they push out. So of course they won't, because they have no coverage top mid. Takes the early shot with the Leer, makes it a little tough to hit. Good awareness of 3Ds to not take a risk by dry peeking. No swingage without the Leerage.
So close, Chris. What was such a nice entry pick as well. Now those paint shells are going to kind of bite you in the rear end. Not a lot, though. Alodrome will probably be a little bit more impactful. Blast pack gets deployed here by Gozu. They're going to go for the aggressive push, but Frosty somehow denies it. That gravity will being a huge factor, but he's not able to find a second on towards Suki. She'll be a little bit faster there. It's great for the trade game. Plant now being attempted here. The spike will go completely on the ground, and the timer is ticking up against Boise State. 4 versus 3. Fresno, they've got this advantage. Maybe even need a cosmic part out of the Cosmic Divide, perhaps, but that might be overkill because they have some really good position here to stop out this push. But there goes Chris with an explosive pick. 3Ds, though, will manage to shut down Mitchell. So that will kind of nullify it. And there goes the Cosmic Divide, stopping the operator from really being useful in this situation, as there's no long-range sightlines you can hold. It almost feels like Fresno's playing here to die, as there's no way they'll be able to actually stay alive in this situation. So maybe just playing out the clock could be a pretty good play here. But Chris, they still want to get that diffuser actually confirmed. Disgrace manages to get the last one alive, but there's no time left. Everyone dying here unless Disgrace can make it out in time. They'll just barely manage to save their own skin. But it'll still be a round win nonetheless for Fresno. They've broken the cycle finally, Chad.
Yeah, cycle has been broken faster than Boise was able to stop the streak of Fresno. So actually might be a really good look for Fresno moving forward, at already having a better start to the half than Boise did. But we'll see. This is a map that's really interesting too. Sometimes you just have two teams that are really good on offense but not defense, and sometimes you have the other way around, two teams that are really good defense and not offense. That seems to be the case of the latter so far. We'll have to see as things continue on. We still have plenty of rounds to work with. 10-7 so far, and we had a bunch of ultimates starting to come online. The lockdowns for both teams as well. Lockdown for A lobby usually gets tucked into Cubby, and there's no Hunter Fury to deal with that. There are shockable lineups if you're really aware of them. You try to shut that down. With that positioning, it looks like that might be what trying to do on the side of Fresno. They're falling back a little bit. They have the spike down. They want to look for rotations, trying to just find a peak overall and get a little pick. All kind of shut down, just waiting for the rotation to happen so the timing is better for when these swings so they can explode more efficiently.
Timing is always key too. You've got those extra seconds. You just need to try to utilize them to your best of your ability, especially since you just got that first lead up round. Now all the pressure is put back on your shoulders, essentially. You only need a few more rounds to win. Let's try to make this a clean out victory here for Fresno. Looks like they're finally stacking up in towards A main. They've got the Sova located right around near Dog. They'll probably step inside a tree to get that double push, but the Killjoy waiting right near window. She's going to be waiting patiently. Showstopper gets popped out, and it'll just be a flurry of ultimates. They just rush into the objective room. Showstopper not finding anything, but luckily 3Ds will be a little bit successful here. Michelo still having a big impact, and there goes the judge yet again. Just running into Zeke blindly, but it works out just because of how close quarters that engagement was. Now in the post plant here, things are looking quite difficult. Boise State trying to salvage that. What a nasty nano swarm as well. Just biding more time and forcing Chris to play even farther back. And he has to be so precise with that operator. And now he's on Slip's little HP. We're at that point in the round where it's like, maybe I should just save this op and run for the hills. And I think Disgrace would try to join him, but he's at the point of no return, but actually manages to make it out somehow because no one overextended on him. So having both these players alive before the spike gets detonated is quite massive. That's they can remain alive because now Fresno State is on the hunt to make sure they don't keep that op in the next round, but I don't think they're quick enough to manage to shut them down.
Gozu's a wild player to watch, man. It's a very dynamic, very volatile player because Judge main on Rage is blast packing in, spraying away, somehow finding success with it on Ascent. I mean, they're on a negative KDA, but like they still hold a pressure point despite not finding a lot of frags. That makes it hard for Boise State to really like attack on that half corners like we saw in that one round. And then also right now they're having a hard time dealing with that aggression when they just blast on site and create space forcefully for the rest of the team to flood in and follow up on the frags. Very interesting. And that obviously is a high risk, high reward gameplay because you just go in like that. And if they have a longer angle on you, you have just a judge of a rifle, then you're pretty much going to just die straight up. But when it works, man, it really works. Again, the team is playing for picks and certain timings. They try to work out, try to sniff out weaknesses in the defensive hold of Boise State, but they have the alarm bot, some narrow swarms and turret and stars to work for mid and tree control and support off of that. So with that, the leader gun went away as well. Taking back that star and closing off, but Zeke holds down in the line at heaven. The initial pick, which could be everything, difference maker for Boise State.
Placing swamp grenade.
You've lost the comedy factor. That's so upsetting. I was going to talk about it. It's also really funny when he gets a kill with that judge. It should not be allowed. But it's been successful for the majority of these rounds. The wall bangs, though, or at least not the wall bangs entirely, but just shutting out Heaven pretty well. Quite successful so far. Post-plant situation, 3-on-3. Nano Swarm yet again utilized just to burn through the clock here. Dragoon, a deadly shot onto Chris. There goes your operator, no longer in game. Now things are looking basically unwinnable at this point. Disgrace, the last alive. Could maybe try to grab that operator. It'd be a really risky attempt, and yeah, Dragoon's just waiting for him near arches with open arms and an open rifle to spray through him and give him plenty of holes in his chest. And now, match point here. Fresno State, 12-7. They might need more than a curse, Boise State, to make sure they can get this redemption arc successful in Fresno State, to make sure they don't go to a second map, or pardon, third map, by mistake. Apparently, I forgot to count today.
All good. We're getting past midnight Eastern time. It's getting kind of late. Real gamer hours right now, fellow.
Absolutely.
And speaking of real gamer hours, 3Ds and Dragoon are just not stopping. They keep getting frags and big entry frags for the team as well. Keep creating opportunities. That tag, 3Ds, doesn't have a tailwind anymore, not Jet anymore. Pinned up, barely dodged. The fancy feet from 3Ds. It will stay alive and keep that pressure going for what could be the final round of this map.
breaking Sova's ankles, essentially. You love to see it happen. I thought you were going to curse him yet again, but apparently 3D is not having any more of that blasphemy. And he even finds a great frag on a Disgraced as well. Insult to injury, as that Hunter's Fury almost had him dead to rights. But sadly, he'll live to tell the tale just a little while longer. 4-on-4 confrontation here, Fresno State. Everything is really on the line for him here. They want to secure this win before things get too dicey. And then they'll go right into the third map here. They can honestly probably try to attempt to go for a plant as long as they have the stuns to work with. There goes the Leer, so Zeke now has to fall back just a little bit. He's waiting for that help inside of Heaven, but Frosty is dead as well. Now it's just Zeke left alive, and it's just a constant trade game. Soon as post-plant here, Chad, and it's really looking like Boise State is at their wit's end, but there goes the lockdown.
There goes the Hunter's Fury as well as shut that right down. Gonna find a connection hit, but they do have a Cosmic Divide to commit right now. They just want to shut off Heaven. They haven't done it yet. Drop that Cosmic Divide. They're using it for their side of the spike still, though, so it's still a pressure point for Fresno. Still have advantage in this moment.
Absolutely. So this could be still a massive place here in the post. They're just waiting in arches. They're playing for that double peek, but he's too far deep inside of Wine. No, you can't be playing that far back. Chris will punish you for it. Boise State, they managed to keep themselves alive and get that defuse down. Oh, if he had just played a little bit closer, that could have been such an easy refrag and turned back into another 1v1, but sadly, that's not going to be how this story ends, and Boise State will remain on ascent for just a few rounds more.
Yeah, that's actually a great call about Dragoon. If he pushed up and did a true 50-50, it actually probably would have been a better situation for them. But Chris is just too good to let him just be able to inch his way into two little like 1v1 looks with the operator in hand especially. And with that doing so, peeking in a main, Gozu, no way he pushes through here without blast packing, right? No way.
I don't know.
He's kind of wild.
Funny.
He's
gonna do the funny, bro. He's gonna do it. I'm scared. Oh my god, he's teasing Chris.
This guy's wild.
Shot. He's shaking. He's shaking right now. He doesn't want to get judged.
He just ran in. It's crazy.
Just a glass cannon, man. And oh, so is the Bulldog as well, as Panda just sprays down Zeke and just makes a nice crater in his noggin as well. Such an upset. The Michelo managed to get rid of 3Ds. Someone who has been incredibly impactful in terms of just finding those instant frags at the very beginning of this round. He'll now be silenced. Essentially on cam duty if you were playing R6, but there's no cams. He's just watching his players, trying to root them on and maybe give some callouts by possibly going for some things on the main map. But now that B is basically completely in the hands of Fresno, they can allow that plant to go down, but you have to yet again worry about that retake, as it's always going to be that double-edged sword.
No ultimates work with right now, but they do have a couple angles that you have to clear out Dragoon from this log situation. Trailblazer will let them know about it and concuss. They might just swing and get the kill. There you go. But they have angles to work with because Frosty gets a trade. 3-2 on the retake situation.
No, it's just up to Gozu. He gets one with the shotgun, but it's only good at close quarters. He got one with the boof, I suppose.
Diffuse?
But it's not going to be enough to deny the win for Boise State, unfortunately. It'll be a little bit closer. I think they're just making sure they can give it to Frosty. That way he can get a little extra tick on his ultimate charge. That'll be the exact reason for that. Got a little close on timing, but not in reality, I suppose. Just sounded bad. But hey, Boise State slowly trekking their way closer and closer to maybe getting into overtime. It's only a 3-round differential after all.
Yeah, and the buy here isn't looking amazing for Fresno. They have a Showstopper and the Empress to work with. 3Ds can buy up the riflery and the weaponry, the shield, fully if they want to go for raid boss status, but they choose to just maintain the economy. They have some rounds to work with here. Not that this won't be unwinnable either. A Showstopper play, Gozu just uses judges all the time anyway, things like that. And here comes a Showstopper especially. This gets opening pick. No, it does not. It's only a trade for the team, but they still have map control.
Still getting that spike down is definitely massive. 3D's now utilizing an Empress, and they have no one knowing. Oh my goodness, Chris! The shot of his lifetime! That could save his team entirely, but they have to worry about the rest of Fresno State. There it goes. Seeker's popped, I believe. Completely blinded now.
player
Disgrace from
standing.
behind gets rid of Panda, but it is only up to Frosty. No more. Goes out for the Guardian. He's not going to find the shots just yet. Will manage to gravity well right on that spike to make sure he can't go for that defuse. Dragon, though, so low on health. The shock bolt will eliminate him, and now it's just Suki. He has to land this one tap, though, or Suki will find a very easy frag onto him. They're just dancing around the site. He goes for the spray down. Only one more shot. It'll be the judge to finish him off, too. Oh, my goodness. And even making sure his crouch key works as well. Pardon her. Suki, a hilarious way to end out that matchup. Thank you so much. I even wrote it down. It was meant for your Rays player, but I guess this still works out. I think it's a pretty simple equation here. Oh, you can't see it. My camera sucks. My camera is absolutely
It
horrible.
says equals funny. I can see that.
It says judge equals funny.
Oh, it
Yes,
does.
judge equals funny. I should have wrote it in marker, but that's okay. Also have no lighting in my room.
Just
It's
get a
very dark too,
whiteboard
but
and giant
yeah.
markers. Just dry
Oh,
erase.
absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, a better camera work too, probably. But that's okay. That costs money. Okay. I'm not made of money over here.
If not for anything else, I'm excited we get a map 3 because we get to see more wild antics from Gozu, which works out
Absolutely.
amazingly half the time. And the other half of the time, it seems like he's not really doing anything. That's just the case of being a race player with a judging hand all the time. Otherwise, it's awesome seeing the 3Ds versus Chris's live match. I actually said that in the very early parts of Bind, where it's quickly becoming 3Ds versus Chris's live. They were early frag leaders very clearly on Bind. Go into Ascent, same situation. And it kind of seems like whichever player can pop off better just wins the map for their team. Chris's live did it on Bind. 3Ds did it on Ascent. I'm really looking forward to this final map of Icebox, which is a little bit more scrappy of a map as well. Which player can come up better on top, or will it be a matter of which team overall can come up and rise to the occasion of those frag leaders?
Well, chat, we left you, yes, you, the viewer, with a pretty nice cliffhanger to see who we think is going to actually end up winning this last map of Icebox. It is going to be probably a very big scrapping between the both of them, like you mentioned, Chad, as it can be a bit of a dominating map. It's really close quarters. I think a lot of people like to refer it to as the TDM kind of styled map, I suppose, just because of how quick it tends to be in terms of just going in for picks, going in for those executions in towards either A or B. You had this really well last matchup that you and I talked about when we went to Icebox first and foremost, is that sometimes mid is just completely ignored. This is the one time where that's honestly acceptable on Icebox, but I'm not too sure if that'll really be the case. You can find a lot of nice picks early on just by setting up in mid and a lot of stuff just like that. So I don't really don't know. I don't know how this matchup is going to turn out. We saw kind of a one-sided affair on map number 2 for a majority of it, and then map number 1 was really neck and neck. So this is honestly a coin tosser. I really don't know which either way it could go, to be fair.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit up in the air because this map handles very differently than how Bind and Ascent feel. Because of that very commanding presence of site control, elevation, reactions, and management. I honestly think Gozu is going to have a good time on A site, especially. So if I were the opposing team, if I was
already hard
Boise, already locked it. They're not even messing around this time around. If I was Boise State, I would try to play for A site primarily and just not deal with Gozu doing shenanigans on A with a judge as a raise. B site is a lot more open areas, so just keep them at range, use a Sage wall maybe and just hold them off. It looks like that won't be the case. No Sage for Boise State. Zeke, I'm sure, locks in the Vipers. So it's going to be a Killjoy usage as their Sentinel pick here. Which the changes were B site. I mean, Icebox used to be a map that you're required to play a Sage because of B site. Otherwise, if you don't have one, you basically are doomed to get spammed at default and everything else is hard to take on. Nowadays, you can actually play at B site. With this team comp, though, it's still not the easiest. It's still better for A takes generally, but there's a race there with a judge all the time. I don't know about that one.
Choose your agent.
I don't know either. All I know is that judge equals funny, and I really hope if I watch back this VOD, chat is spamming it. That's your cue, chat. I know there's a fair amount of you in here this late at night. Please start spamming judge equal funny, especially when Gozu gets a kill with it, because I've been eating up every single moment. I think Chad has as well, so we're enjoying it up here on the booth. On top of it, I really don't know how the guy gets away with it. It is honestly a guilty pleasure of mine right now just to see Gozu do relatively well with that shotty in hand. And I think Icebox is not going to be any different from him rocking that close quarters weapon just to really put in more salt into the already open wound on the side of Boise State. Had to make sure I didn't get that name or team wrong, as that would have been a really big facepalm there. But hey, I only made mistakes the other 90% of my cast, so now I'm not going to make any mistakes on this map, right?
Yeah, the later it gets, the more acceptable mistakes are for sure. Unless you're playing a tournament. You don't want to make any mistakes now. And this is coming down to the wire. This is the last round of the night for all of the NECC play. Last map, I should say, and eventually the last round, of course. Map number 3, this best of 3 matchup between Fresno State Bulldogs and Boise State Orange. Fresno State going into this at a 4-1 record. Boise State Orange at 2-2. So Fresno on paper should be the favors going into this based on records go, but with how we've seen things, especially with 3D's Sheriff in hand, you have to wonder, man, perhaps that favoritism actually goes their way.
Well, for starters, it will. At least in terms of him rocking the Sheriff. Nice right click, though, by Chris, just eradicating Suki. Plant being attempted here by Zeke. It appears to be successful. Goes and gets the nade on Zeke, though. And I think that actually stopped the spike from going down. It just barely managed to. And now it's a complete retake. And the time is still in the favor of Fresno as well, because that spike never went down. There's no force here on the hands of Boise. They've got no control here inside of B. You have no power here except that guiding light, which allows you to get closer towards yellow, but you're still being collapsed upon by the rest of Fresno. And that will be your downfall. The nade by Gozu to stop the plant barely as well.
That was pretty good maneuverability there by Disgrace, doing everything they could, but just couldn't quite find those shots and those opportunities they were looking for. Great job by Fresno, especially 3Ds, for getting that opening pick and maintaining site control after that. Flooding came in, Dragoon getting the masterful shots as well. So sticking onto that Sheriff like we've seen in the past, 3Ds is just seems unstoppable sometimes, especially on the Jet when they can just start popping off. Did a better performance on Reyna for sure, but it looked great still on Vine when they played Jet beforehand.
I think Boise State needs to start praying. I don't know if you saw weapon selection, but Gozu's got a little surprise for them. But it might not be surprising at this point. He's brought it almost every single round. It's the judge, the jury, the executioner. There goes the one-liner yet again. It'll be overused just a little bit because Gozu's bringing it so much, but I cannot stop enjoying it. And he's just playing incredibly close, waiting for someone to push on up, either through the rappel leading towards the defender nest or someone just going right in through main itself. He'll back off eventually, as it's very quiet in A as of right now, as the spike is located near B. It's a bit of a half and half push so far, but that push leading in towards B is being denied relatively well by 3Ds, who gets two nice dinks to the head, and the rest of Boise State is just dropping to the wayside as well, leaving Zeke right near containers, and he'll just get shredded by Suki as well. A flawless round for Fresno on their full buy, essentially. What a massive way to finish that one off, and 3Ds will get rewarded with an operator as well.
Yep, 3Ds, Sheriff headshots, opening kill of the round, especially in these pistols. Gozu still doing shenanigans. The shotgun around corner is rewarded with an orb as well. And then, yeah, the 3Ds operator. So we saw this situation before where 3Ds stuck on the Sheriff and then decided to go with a rifle instead. This time around does commit to the operator, and with a good read as well, the situation, because this mid A-ish is where Boise State's looking towards. Chris trying to be aggressive as their rifle buy-up round needs to be successful here to get some good momentum going their way. Oh, that lurk!
Oh my god. Yeah, you talked about the lurk countless times. Yet again, it's just being used and abused. Chris, a nice shot. Chris would have sprayed down 3Ds with that shot in the operator, and then Chris would have sprayed down a Dragoon. And there goes the first mistake of the matchup. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more. And just mistakes of not having that flank watch is going to be a huge detriment, as it paid dividends here for Fresno. Still have that man advantage, and are still slowing down Boise State as they're just kind of prowling around in mid. Looks like they're opting to go in towards A, but they are still undecided, and they still have time to fully confirm if they want to go into A. And yep, it's finally looking like that's going to be the case, Chad.
3D is actually having a very passive position because nobody else is on A to support. Not over on Heaven, which is usually where you see a player with an operator on, especially a Jet. Has Tailwind still to work with too. But now that support's coming through, they can actually push in a little bit and get more aggressive. Shotgun still in the hand of Gozu. Being aggressive themselves, pushing onto site. Panda finds the first kill and make that too. Disgrace answers back. Find themselves in a 1v3, a very similar situation we've seen before. With a dry, slow peek around the corner that 3D's looking at. It's going to be enough for that kill to come into the very end of this round as a bonus for Fresno State Bulldogs. And this is exactly what we saw them do at the start of Ascent, which of course, the map that they won.
3 players alive on the bonus. You picked up a lot of rifles from the dead players of Boise.
Yeah.
And you have plenty of money to just buy your dead teammates. This is beautiful right now for Fresno. They're doing so good on their defensive half so far. And now Boise State relegated yet again to pistols. Next round, they'll probably go back to rifles, but they need to make sure they can confirm this one before getting into that. Kind of the preamble, I suppose. Yep. And if they find a couple of picks here and there, well, good for them. That'll give them even more credits and maybe force a little more methodical play for Fresno. Here comes the push, though, inside of A, just trying to get as aggressive as early on as possible. But Gozu, he's still got that shotgun. He's just waiting for it. I mean, he's in the perfect position to find easy picks.
Mitchell has a good idea of it. This is where Gozu's been before. Nice narrow swarm, just push them out. But what do you really do with this after you push them out? You can't really get onto the site. Gozu can just walk right in, especially with this Viper's Wall setup, which is their own Viper's Wall, this toxic screen that can allow Gozu to sneak in again. And the 3Ds on the other side of the map, taking down long, takes down Chris Livers, try and make a lurk happen, make a distraction happen to allow the team to rotate in. Yeah, here it is. Gozu again. Was allowed an opportunity to sneak back into this tucked away corner. Close range with a shotgun. the bread and butter exactly where they want to be and finding success even still. Now they sense blood in the water, being aggressive off the top rope, crazy with their satchel charge. The fadeaway paint shell grenade is going to do chip damage, not everything on Frosty, who gets a nice headshot on Dragoon as well, but a well-placed shock bolt will be enough from Panda. 4-0 for Fresno State Bulldogs, while Boise State Orange was having a tough time dealing with these masterful individual prowess of tactics from Fresno State.
Gozu's just living in Boise State's head right now, rent-free. I'm gonna be upfront about it.
Yeah.
He is just getting away with the nastiest plays. He's hitting licks that no one should be able to hit. It is absolutely impeccable how well this guy's game sense is when just using only a shotgun, essentially. And it's not even like his aim's bad, like, oh, I have to use a judge because I'm not an aimer. No, he's picked up rifles and just out-fragged players as well. He's the jack of all trades in terms of weaponry. And now having that showstopper as well, he is going to have a literal explosive round yet again, I'm only assuming.
Suki heard that play, was holding the angle, but Dragoon swung around, found it first. Chris's live was left completely alone. Like, looking for an opportunity for the team to try and make something happen is definitely that player has been fragging a lot for the team, doing a lot of work, but it's been like supported by a team a lot of those times as well. And this time around was completely alone, lurking out and finding the lineup that 3D's had with an operator before, now completely exposed on top of the tunnel, left alone on angles to be capitalized on. 3D's rotating now. They have a read that it's going to be a B-side take because they haven't showed any presence at all on A-side.
Not at all. They're just really spreading themselves thin at this point. Boise State try to go for that final execute, but they are just kind of vibing in kitchen for the most part. They've got a couple people really close to garage. Zeke gets one nice pick towards Dragoon.
Oh my.
And here goes Gozu just walking up
B.
into kitchen,
30
but
seconds
wow,
left.
he gets knocked out clean and cold by Disgrace. Good night, Bozo. Or I meant to say Gozu, but it came in as Bozo.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wow.
I'm so sorry, Gozu. I'm your biggest fan. I
Spike
swear.
down B.
At least the rest of your team is able to clean up pretty successfully. Mitchell O, last alive near yellow.
10 seconds
Dang,
left.
I feel really bad about calling him a bozo, but that was just...
Hey man, shout
couldn't
outs
help
to
myself.
Bozo the Clown, an American TV legend.
a
Shout
national
outs-
treasure.
National
at
treasure.
that.
If
I
anybody
salute
even
you.
knows who Bozo the Clown is, then congratulations, you're at least 30. But anyway, Gozu is the one who is going to be the national treasure of this match. 5-3. But 3Z, while Gozu's like doing some antics, easy to look at, Panda and Suki quietly finding themselves in a 4-1, playing extremely clean. Dragoon has been looking great this whole series. Honestly, you're on Sage, 3-3 still great, blah, blah, blah. Then 3Ds, though, like 8-0, man. This guy is popping off, picking up steam as the match goes on.
They're just stable. They are just stable. Nothing
Yeah.
more, nothing less, but they don't need to be. They've got your entry players. They've got 3Ds. They've got Gozu just to make a ruckus of everything, essentially, kind of just rupture the balance that's already been set. The shotguns are really out of touch for the most part. Let's go on some kind of really interesting save with a Bucky, perhaps. Judge isn't picked. It's picked from time to time, but just not as much as Gozu. He just really likes the semi-auto shotgun. But it is good put in the right hands, and clearly Gozu's hands are relatively good for him. Not this round, though, obviously. He's dead off the rip, but there's 3Ds, the real highlight player for the most part. And Panda wants in on some fun as well, so he'll get 2 for being traded away by Zeke. Zekers get deployed, but it might be far too late for them to actually try to push away Fresno entirely. May allow this fight to go down, but here goes 3Ds. The right click's good, and Dragoon just cleans it up at the very end, just being that anchor for his team, allowing Fresno State, again, they keep 3 players alive almost every single round, so they always have a great economy, and they still win the round overall. This is just, it's been so consistent right now in this first half, to be honest, chat.
The economy is looking even better than it normally would because Gozu just buys a judge every round, which is fairly cheap. It's not even full rifle cost. So it makes it even easier. 10-0 now for 3Ds, who just keeps popping off. Honestly, like, something I've been noticing for Boise State, I kind of mentioned it earlier, but Chris still, like, even though he was in the same area as the team, still was in a position where the team couldn't, like, support and swing off with you. 3Ds, meanwhile, also doing lone wolf things, but finding success. The aggression with the blaze from close quarters. Does 3Ds see it finally fall? He does! Chris is live, gets the kill, but 2 members of Boise State Orange die in the meantime. Chris answers back with 2 of his own, though, evening the tide.
Such a great push by Chris, utilizing an operator to best of their ability, even popping out the Blade Storm. It's a full commitment here by Boise, but this is their best chance that they have to actually get around on the board. Now it's a race to see who can get inside of A quicker. It's looking to be like Boise State is there, but Fresno State not that far behind. They'll get a nice silver medal in that race, but they've got the Hunter's Fury to make up for it. It's gathering a lot of intel on side of Frozen's position, but so far it hasn't found all that much. Chris still finding a lot more being eradicated by that boom bot, and also goes in with the showstopper. Down goes Michelo, and the resurgence is so powerful it actually gives them the round regardless. Chris trying to be the X factor in that round, but it was just not enough. Chris couldn't do everything on his own, and in the end, that will be Boise State's demise. 7-0 now for Fresno.
Chris keeps finding pop-up moments because this player does frag. Like, mechanical ability is really good. It's just miscoordination with the entire team as a whole, it seems like. All of them keep going and playing their own game a little bit on this map. Maybe they're just not comfortable on the map. Maybe they haven't practiced enough to really know how to do straight-up side executions together. That honestly is what it feels like, because they were a lot more coordinated on Bind, which was the enemy map pick, to be fair. On Ascent even, which was their map pick, they also looked like coordinated Dragoon, walling themselves off, realizing, you know, I'm in a bad situation. At the very least, can keep them away from the site. But these are early 2 picks. This could be the moment for Boise State to trade there from Michelo to shut down Suki a bit. It's still a 4 versus 2 for Boise State, so finally, but unless Gozu does shenanigans again, Disgrace shuts him down yet again. It's all down to 3Ds, who's popped off so far, but at 1 versus 3, can they do enough?
Oh, his position known as well. Yep, Frosty, he's going to just rush him as he knows he has to pull back the bolt on his sniper rifle. It even picks it up to bring it into their own team. Finally, Boise State getting that early aggression 5-on-3, and the sacrifice by Dragoon was not enough to keep the rest of his team alive. And Gozu, if that blast pack hadn't been a fail, maybe he could have worked around that, perhaps, just to bite time and maybe get another
That
pick.
was close.
Still hilarious, don't get me wrong. Close, but no cigar. Finally a round win for Boise State. Congrats to you, and now you got a pretty operator to play with yet again, and hopefully Chris can be just as successful with it as he was on round number 6.
Early peek from Chris. Doesn't catch anybody off guard. Nice composure by Fresno State Bulldogs, who are off to a great start. This 7-1 lead. He's taking a little bit of pressure. Walks away. Trying to get on the site is Boise State Orange, but they're taking such a long time doing so. 4 members of Fresno has rotated over here. They're all on site, ready to defend it.
It's just everyone's stacked up, like you said. It's going to be a probable massacre, but Boise State, I think they're aware they probably are about to bite off more they could probably chew.
Those who's pushing
They'll just back
through.
away. Yeah, probably the better. Oh, yeah, they're just. This could be a very deadly flank coming in through. Perfect notation there. Rays could really have some free real estate, perhaps. Dragoon, nice opening frag. There's Gozu. It doesn't matter. He beats Chris somehow. Oh my god, how do you let the Mad Lad get away with it? Michelo gets one though, making that 3-on-2, but now Panda's just shutting down everything from a long angle. Make it all 3 for Panda. And yet again, it's the 3-body setup by Fresno State. And they pick up the operator yet again. It's just nothing but net for Fresno State, essentially.
That's a tilt around, man. Like,
We're
we're together, we're pushing in. I mean, that was an awkward situation where, like, it was just outside of, like, Judge's realistic threat range, but also you're up against a operator user who's completely caught off guard, has to swing a 1-8 on you, has 1 shot in the chamber realistically to get the shot off. Narrowly misses it, partially because of the hip punch, like the collision of those bullets knocking your aim off a little bit. Probably was the difference maker as well. Man. And then the rest of the team's like, what? Wait, what's going on? They're behind us with a judge? What's happening? And there's confusion, chaos. Fresno State Bulldogs come out on top amongst it. 8-1. It's a save round for Boise State Orange. They're not finding success on all these rifle rounds. Not looking good on a save. They have a couple ultimates to work with moving forward, but likely going to save those for future rounds, especially when they're losing 2 members to Dragoon with a nice double kill. Beautifully placed shots to the head. 3D is doing just the same. It's only Disgraced and Zeke trying to make something happen here. Nice little shot to the head. Doing some chip damage. But on a safe round, you want to get a couple frags to try to hinder the economy that, honestly, at this point, fellow, is so thriving on the side of Fresno State Bulldogs because of these very clean and dominantly won numerous rounds. I think for the rest of the half, they'll be just fine economically.
Yeah, they'd have to, like, I don't even know, get 5-0'd in terms of mankind every round for their economy to be in shambles, and that's like maybe one round.
Yeah.
So that's still like
30
an
seconds
8-4 split, which is still pretty good on the
enemy
defensive
remaining.
side
Spike
of
down
Icebox.
B.
That's massive. So is that pick as well. Spikes down. So Zeke really can't do much with just a ghost. He might get one to Dragoon. Maybe play devil's advocate here. He's where so might be up in kitchen, and he'll land up his crosshairs beautifully to
10
secure that
seconds
rifle. Maybe just sitting inside of tube might be his best play, to be honest, and just kind of biting for time, using the snake bite, funny enough. Pun definitely not intended there, I swear. As he'll just play down the clock. He'll get wall banged a little bit, but so long as he can stay alive for just a little bit longer, he'll transition that rifle into the next round, which is pretty valuable, I'm not going to lie.
Do saves in that kind of situation are so stressful that I feel like sometimes it's not worth it because my mental is like kind of shot and exhausted for the next round. Like, oh god, I got like Neo and dance around all these bullets and hope I don't die. I need to save this gun. Oh god, and then whew, I made it in the next round, and I'm like on cooldown when I'm trying to focus on the next round coming up. 3 ultimates to work on for Boise State Orange. Definitely looking a little bit in shambles coordination wise as a team. Don't seem to have any good answers for how to deal with Gozu just holding corners with a judge, 3D just popping off and hitting all the shots. Panda doesn't seem to miss. Dragoon doesn't seem to miss. Suzuki's also made a lot of big impact frags coming through and has a Viper utility that, especially on B site, is such a good lockdown. Boise State Orange scratching their heads, running through some walls, and a lot of it is just going to come down to like not much I can really say other than just use your utility cohesively as a team to try to force off people like 3Ds. Don't challenge these long angles down mid for some reason. We know you have a Slayer Opera on the other team on a jet that just hasn't been stopped yet.
You just need to find that middle ground because it's 2 polar opposites for Fresno, a shotgun and a sniper. Just really
Plant the
try to
spike.
play in that nice median. The gray area would be key for you. And utilizing those smokes a little better as well. And there it goes, the mid range. It works perfectly. Chris in close quarters still, so he won't heed my warning, but it doesn't really matter as it goes. We had to worry about 2 separate players. So, I mean, yeah, that's fair enough, I
Successful
suppose.
pull.
So 4 on 3. Yeah, it's understandable. And Zeke's actually in A. No one's aware of this. They're
30
all
seconds
guarding
left.
B right now, Fresno State, allowing for a very seamless plant. And Viper's pick could be activated as well. So this actually could be a vital win here for Boise State. And if they keep majority of their players up alive on the board, they could manage to transition a couple of rounds to at least get 3 in the first half.
Finally finding success with Chris going this major lurk.
Here.
Honestly, like going default like they did this round and try and find frags, it seems to be the play for them on offense, but they might be solving this a little bit too late as there's only a couple more rounds left in the half. They haven't even won this one yet. Though it's looking really good, especially now Chris finds that successful flank kill on 3Ds, drops that operator. Panda left all alone, and a Ninja is taken down finally. Nice 4-player alive attacking win. Make that 2-player alive attacking win. But their economy should be fine for the last round of the half. Same from Fresno State Bulldogs. They can both sides fully buy up. Gozu, because he can use a shotgun, can just buy up an operator, also buy a judge, and then take the op shot. They switch to a judge for the corner hold when he gets pressured. That is a possibility, but yet to be determined if that's the case. That will happen. 9-2 for Fresno State Bulldogs. Finally dying a little bit, fellow, as they find themselves in default situation. Boise just finds some scrappy fights and comes out on top.
This next round, though, is going to be kind of necessary here for
Spike
Boise
down,
State because
attacker spawn.
10-2 is not a great first half. Neither is 9-3, but it's not as difficult. But 3D is just opening up. He was a little bit quiet for a time, but now he's just woken back up. He's ready to go loud and rambunctious yet again on the jet. And so far, it's working out quite well, getting rid of that Viper. Not having the Viper's Pit is not the biggest deal, but there goes 3Ds. Only going to be loud for just the beginning of this round. There goes your, pardon not Viper, your operator off the board. And Suki just overextending, not having any information on where Mitchell is playing at. Bladestorm gets popped as well now by Boise State. Things are looking fantastic. There goes a nice resurrection here, but it could almost get instantly retraded as Frosty is in a power position. Finally gets shot out, though, by Dragoon and Gozu's there with an operator. Little change of pace for him, not the shotgun. He'll be playing long range as he now hops around with the Vandal instead. They'll change it out, but Chris is still just waiting, I believe, on the top of container, or pardon, 2. Now it's just a 1 versus 2 for Dragoon. Disgrace is waiting there right around the yellow container area. Will manage to eliminate the last player alive.
Switching
So it's a
sides.
9-3 split. That curse factor is up and running yet again, but it didn't work out for Boise State the first time around. I don't know if it'll save them on Icebox.
Yeah, 0 for 2 for the curse today on our cast across the 2 matches, fellow. So no matter what, it's a losing day for the curse. We are breaking curses here. Bless up, chat. You're doing good work. Chris is live. Top fragging for the team. Overall, the team, like, is looking like about the same situation when it comes to coordination and things like that. They finally figured out that they can go into default and lurk and find picks, things like that, and then collapse on site afterwards. When they're trying to be coordinated, they just didn't have the coordination. They didn't have the executes down pat yet. Not practiced enough, it seems, on this map. Pull those off successfully, so they had to go into a little bit more puggy setup. Figured out in time to get some breathing room, but will be in time to still win out this map. Zeke taking a lot of damage on Boombox, couldn't get away in time. Having to fall back so much on this site. 3Ds doesn't get a sheriff kill, fellow. Is the curse real?
Maybe we spoke too soon. You never know. All that we know is the spike has gone down still, and you're only down by 1 player. You've got a couple lineups ready. The Viper finally showing her true fangs, I guess. This is going to be really difficult to try to work around. That defuse will begin to tick, though. You might be able to hear that audible cue. It's already ticked to half. Maybe they'll just stick it. That could be a huge oversight, and yeah, it's not going to matter. Yeah, you get the pick. That's a great lineup, but it didn't stop the defuse, which is the bigger issue. It's still going to be a win for Boise State.
I think the lineup just came late. I think that you planned on letting the initial frags happen first and then do it as a later on while she swings and challenges herself. Just enough people flooded through and they find so much success so fast on the side of Boise State. And also to note, on Ascent, it was overall a defensive favored map. Perhaps, while Bind was the same, perhaps this time around Icebox could be just as well. And we can finally get an opportunity to cast an overtime situation together. But a lot of time to determine if that's going to be the case. 3Ds, not dissuaded by missing out on the sheriff shot last round, comes right back, hits a headshot with a Marshall long range. Beautifully done.
He wants to have an impact on this round, that's for sure. Already being able to do just that. Dragoon will not have any impact, though, as a bullet will impact him directly through his cranium. I'll bring things equal position yet again. Site being captured, though, by Frezza. They gotta wait for that spike to be retrieved, and Gozu is changing up the pace yet again as he's got out the Sheriff. Suki now done and dusted as well.
Oh my
Brilliant
God.
lineup, and it works out perfectly. Again, just the resurgence. I talked about it on map 2. I'll reiterate it yet again. Boise State, they are just waiting so patiently to make sure they can get back into sight at the turn of a dime, and that shock bolt lineup as well. So nice by Frosty. You'll love to see it as a Sova main.
Insanely creative. I haven't seen that lineup before. Have you?
I have not at all. I think maybe like this first match we did together. No, it was a similar lineup on a different map for this matchup. I remember now.
Yeah, that was off.
Not often do you see lineups like that.
That was a good one. That was off pipes and stuff. There's a lot of really creative lineups on this map for Sova. That was nice. I like that. I'm gonna have to go back in the VOD and take that for myself for retake situations. I usually play Heaven, so my lineup's a lot easier off the back wall for default. But if I find myself in screens because where I have somebody there, it'd be nice to know that one. Anyway, sorry, I'm just nerding over Sova lineups. 9-5 Boise State Orange. This is going to be that. This is going to be that bonus round for them. The bonus round was won. The last 3 off the pistol round wins going into bonuses have been won. From Ascent to the first time around on Icebox, and this is 4th that could potentially be in a row because Chris found the opening kill. To see if that translates more over. The rest of Fresno got out alive from the rotating over to A side, and with this information gain and the crazy antics of Gozu is more than willing to blast on the site. There he goes. Surely they'll get some site control to work with.
Just gonna come down to that retake again. But you've got better weaponry here, Fresno State. This should, in theory, be their round win. We've seen countless 3-0s, so I'm not too sure if we can really speak theory craft here in terms of round count. That will probably not be the case. This is still really any team's game. This round currently, number 15. We've got to worry about this retake, especially if people just start landing their shots with the Sheriff. It's still a pretty deadly weapon despite its nerf quite some time ago now at this point. Essentially, power position being held though. Gozu tries to get that shot, but he's not able to land it. Frosty will shut him down. Chris with the aggressive push. It works out for him. Suki is able to slow things down for a little while, and Dragoon is able to help out as well. Just a quick little cleanup. Suki mopping through 3 of them. She's playing so well on round number 15. That'll give Fresno State their 10th win and stop a 3-0 for that bonus victory in the side of Boise.
A bit of quiet game from Suki and Dragoon overall, but they both definitely stepped up there because it was looking like Boise State was going to finish off that round. So finally a bonus round not being won. But at the very end of the day, it's not the biggest of deals because it's still overall a round advantage from this half for Boise State Orange, while they're still trailing overall on the map. It's going to be Operator in the hands of Chris. 3Ds was seemingly non-stoppable on the first half of this weapon in hand on the Jet. We've seen Chris find success as well.
Oh my God.
And there it is. Classic angle for a Jet to hold. Down to 30 HP.
Here.
We'll rotate over to that Sky to get healed up. Try to re-peek on the side. They have a Bladestorm available as well, fellas. So they could actually make some pop-off plays happen. All of Fresno is rotating off of the site despite also Boise State rotating off. A little awkward. Neither team realizes this.
It's just passing by each other on their own cars, I guess. Like that one meme, but I don't remember what reference it's actually from. But you'll probably remember it, and if like I was better at explaining,
from,
you wouldn't get it, Chad.
I would wait. What? I wouldn't get it.
Do you remember? No. Well, I mean, I was horrible at explaining it. That's why I said he wouldn't get it. We'll talk about it later when we got the buy round.
Character and the guy who played 6.
Oh yeah, there you go. I never watched the show. That's why. I didn't even
Umbrella
know.
Academy.
It's just a funny meme. Just a funny meme.
Umbrella Academy is a great show.
Well, I guess I'll have to go consider watching it
will
here.
not kill my ally.
Is this another rotate back
30
into
seconds
A?
left.
Are you kidding me? You have to commit at some point. You have no time left to rotate again. It's just it's the double down at this point. 3Ds is inside of B already. This could allow for a seamless plant. Time's still ticking though. You have to basically insta put down that spike. If you die with it in your arms, that is game over right then and there. But luckily Radru will make it safely with just about 8 seconds left to spare. Host plant now inside of B. You've got that man advantage. You can play for trades essentially. Honestly, that might be the key here. Fresno, they're not entirely backing up. They're just playing right along near yellow and the rest of the container area. So they're still playing quite aggressive, but they have to worry about this operator now as well, Chad.
Been a fantastic workaround macro play from Fresno this round, actually. To try and force them out. Boise State pushing on. Chris is live. Disgrace. Frosty all finding kills all down to 3DZ. 3D's the last one alive in 1 versus 3 situation. The defuse is attempted. It was stopped. Pushed through. There won't be time. They can't get the defuse. 3D's did enough to live just long enough and clutches it out. And only one survives. Frosty to live and Shin going to the next round. But with a Vandal to his name, it might be enough to bring it right back.
3Ds dashing right up into him. He knew what he had to do at that point.
Yeah.
Just make sure the spike doesn't go down. Everything was still there just in due time. Brilliant play by 3Ds. Starting out by opening up B to go for the 4th and final reposition to finally decide what site you want to go into. Everything just kind of clicked in together. The pieces just fit so smoothly. Absolutely fantastic stuff by Fresno, and I think this time around they might not be able to get away with 4 separate rotations now, but I think they'll just keep things a little more simplistic, Chad.
Well, 3Ds and Gozu Dash Brothers out here, just going super aggressive on site. Double ultimates activated, finds one, doesn't quite get the kill. Doesn't even really do damage on that shot either, but they do successfully indeed get a lot of site control. And something Boise has been doing lately, it seems to be a little bit of a bad tendency, is they take a really long time to make these retakes happen. A lot of time burned. They started finding success for the last 2 rounds. It took forever Now they're being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit fast on the gun, but there's a Viper's Pit waiting for the Mitsuki. This is her world after all, fellow. He gets a triple kill of her own. Frosty only one to find any success in this moment. But it's this time 3D's turn with a judge in hand to finish off the round. 12-5 match point. Fresno State Bulldogs.
And you sang that up perfectly with the announcer too. That was pretty awesome.
Hey.
It's what we're here for. It's almost like we had that scripted. Oh wait, I was supposed to say that out loud?
Everybody knows every esports is scripted. What do you mean?
Also, casters start the game too. They have control of that.
Yep, 100%.
Fun fact.
We absolutely control games. Yep, 100%. Yep.
Yeah, I hit my S key.
Also, it's number 5, not number 6, and he looks like a young child Shroud. So that might entice you to watch Umbrella Academy even more. But what I'm enticed to watch is if Chris's life can stall this B push in what could be the final round of this series. Fresno State Bulldogs, despite falling early on their own map pick combined, have come up really well with a big resurgence, taking down Boise State Orange on their map pick, and now looking so dominant on this final map of the series. Chris only gets one so far, fellow, but this is going to be surely a spike plant for Fresno State.
Oh, but they've got Hunter's Fury. Pops out one, but Suki, she'll commit it. That's a big and bold push, but luckily it works out. Not push, but play. You understand what I mean there. 3 on 4.
Push in the ground.
Here comes the push coming in through. Yeah, the push is right in through. The resurgence yet again. It'll be attempted here, but so far nullified. Trailblazer, it will possibly shake up Goes just a little bit. He'll back away, though. Here comes the flank by Frosty, though. It'll be guarded by Dragoon, but they'll die in the process. Last player left alive. It's just the flanking player of Frosty. Those paint shells almost eliminating him. Just on about 5 HP. His position now known by that recon ball. And there goes the shock bolt along with Hunter's Fury. They want to confirm this victory here. There's nothing that Frosty can do. He'll get it onto Gozu, but it's already too late. Spike gets essentially detonated there, but Panda will end it out right before it's confirmed. He'll die. It'll be just nothing but ashes at that point. It doesn't matter. They still get the victory at the end of the day. GG's all the way to Fresno. What a matchup and what a series.
Very exciting series. We saw a lot of antics from Gozu, a lot of pop-off moments from 3Ds, and overall everybody on the team of Fresno State Bulldogs really stepped up because we saw on a micro level of 3Ds progressively getting better score lines as the series went on. And on a macro level, it was Fresno State Bulldogs progressively being more and more successful on these maps as well, and a very dominant performance on the very final map to just stamp it in and get their claim to a 5-1 record overall in the NECC.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. I mean, every win counts, and at this point, you're at a pretty comfortable position now to probably get ready for playoffs if they happen. I believe playoffs will happen right at the end of the fall season. So 5-1 so far with only a couple weeks left. I mean, you're in a really good spot. At this point, it's going to come down to more or less just seeding, depending on how many more wins you can get, but still brilliant stuff by Fresno. And it's so sad that Boise ended up losing that because they had a really strong start. That wasn't their map pick on Bind, but they still really gave Fresno a run for their money. Again, it just kind of sucks. End of the day, just barely not able to make it happen. Still exciting match to commentate over. Thank you so much for being along by my side with me here, Chad, as unfortunately Infernosis was not able to be here, but I think he'd be okay with you basically hard carrying me throughout the most of this cast, as he was not having to this time around. Probably spending more and more time with his girlfriend. Probably for the best anyways.
Congratulations
other than that,
to him.
Though, yeah.
I wouldn't say a hard carry either. You did a great job. And I can't even say any member of Fresno State did hard carries. They all did an amazing job. As far as Boise State, they definitely seemed uncoordinated in the last map. So maybe just run through Icebox a few more times to really figure out how to do side executions correctly. And then also run through some drills to figure out how to deal with judge raises, because that seemed to be a thorn on the side, progressively worse so as the series went on. Shout out to Gozu. I kind of doubted that they'll continue on that raise judge play, but they continue doing so, continue looking better and better with it somehow as the series went on.
Somehow, some way, man. But hey, I've been fellow joined here by Chad Landis here up in NECC. If you want to follow our Twitters, you can follow me at fellow the caster, and for Chad, it's at Chadlantis TV. So just his name, then add a little TV at the end, and you'll end up finding him. It'll be pretty obvious. So make sure to show us the support, show NECC some extra love as well. We got plenty more games coming up the rest of the week, as this is only the very beginning here on Valorant. We've got Rocket League matchup here tomorrow. So if you're interested in Soccer's with Car or Cars with Soccer in
Rocket Car Soccer.
car soccer, let's go. It's so simple, so fun. Let's go. Woo! Then make sure to stick around tomorrow for that as well. Again, hope you all have a great rest of your night and to see you all again for just more NECC future down the road. Take care, everyone. Have a great night.